Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone, from Horseshoe Indianapolis, alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley, with a 9-race program on tap here today. And under cloudy skies, temperature-wise, we're through the 70s. Main track is fast, and we are back on the turf course. The course remains rated good here on day 2 of Caesars Week, of course. Big turf racing program tomorrow, Caesars Day. Today the course is rated good. Turf rail remains set at 24 feet here. So it remains fast and good on Tuesday of Caesars Week. Racing Rachel.
The late pick 5 tomorrow just looks so salty. It starts with a very salty allowance, a wide open one, and then we go on to 6, 7, 8, 9 are all premier races, handicaps and the like. So very excited. We've got a couple black type stakes as well. So be sure to join us tomorrow for Caesars Stakes Day. It is our biggest day of turf racing in the state. 9
races on tap here today. Yesterday we had 11 to start off Caesars Week, including 4 trials.
That.
For the Quarter Horse Maiden Stakes. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. The top time and nice way to start off Caesars Week for trainer Tim Eggleston after those Maiden Stakes trials here yesterday for the Quarter Horses. In fact, we'll close the card today with a Quarter Horse Maiden Juvenile Dash over the 250. That is a wide open finale.
Just go like this.
I'm glad to have, actually we have Ed Burgard here.
And throw a dart at the board.
Longtime voice of Los Alamitos, and certainly
he visits us once a year, doesn't
expert. Yes, once a year, visiting family in Terre Haute. So hello to Ed Burgard.
Hi, Ed.
Hope you can help us with this Quarter Horse Maiden Juvenile,
yes, Ed,
because it's going to be a scramble in the finale.
Please give us some insight on a whole bunch of first-time starters, because I just ranked it by which trainer's hot and which sire I like the best. That's all you can do.
You know, when you have those Quarter Horse experts, you got to tap into their knowledge. Martha Clausen
I was this close to, I never text Martha. I was this close to text Martha and be like, what in the world are you going to do with this race?
I have to give a shout out to Martha Clausen, our Quarter Horse racing expert. She said yesterday, before the first of those 4 Quarter Horse Maiden Stakes trials, that just under 18 seconds would get the job done to get you to the finals. And that was true. The top time was 17.983. We'll talk about more about those results in just a sec. Right now, it's time to check in as part of Wire to Wire. Weather-wise, we've got a fast main track, as I mentioned, and the turf course rated good with the turf rail set at 24 feet. But for the official race day forecast, let's hope the rain holds off until after we wrap up our 9-race program here today. Rachel's got her fingers crossed. I've got my fingers crossed. What say you, Macy Tetrick? Down to WRTV6's meteorologist, Macy Tetrick. Macy.
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Once again today, temperatures are very mild. However, we are keeping a close eye on radar as we've got some rain and some thunderstorms that will pass through the area. Not a washout, but we are going to expect to see just that rumble of thunder, maybe a little bit of lightning. No severe weather later today. However, if there is lightning or thunder, you'll want to go indoors. Now, as we look ahead, we've got a few more rain chances through Wednesday. We're dry through most of Thursday, but we'll keep an eye on a round of severe storms possible Thursday night. John.
All right, Macy, thank you. And we mentioned Tim Eggleston after those Maiden Stakes trials yesterday. 17.938 was, in fact, the top time. So it gets even better for the connections of Celtic Cartel. That was a very sharp winner. Tim Eggleston with a couple of those Maiden Stakes trials winners yesterday here.
Our Indiana Quarter Horse program has just grown. Wonderful purse money, great opportunities in breeding. So we did add a overnight stake, Maiden Stakes trials, and 4 of those were last night. John just loved having an 11-race card right off the bat. And
on Thursday too.
Yeah, I stayed until the last one too, because I was talking to Michelle and Chili about some horses. But definitely a nice showing for Tim Eggleston, who I just was telling Bick, he's hot thoroughbred and quarter horse. The man can do no wrong. So he had a double. We can take a look at that here. Let's hope I got the right race. Yesterday I told the boys the wrong race.
Celtic
race
Cartel,
9,
blue blinkers with a white cap on the stand side. And mentioning, this was the only winner insofar as the 4 Maiden Stakes trials that clocked under 18 seconds. Fast track, there was a bit of a headwind, but Celtic Cartel certainly got rolling late under jockey Rolanda Pena. Rolled home for Rolando. Celtic Cartel getting the victory yesterday, 17.938. That was the top time.
Race 10, number 1, Mercy, I'm hot. Luis Eduardo Luna Diaz aboard for Tim.
With the rail and no looking back, coming past the 110 yards marker. It was Mercy, I'm Hot, digging in, thwarting Bougie Blood by a Nostril. That winner just over 18 seconds, but perhaps good enough to get into the finals here for the Maiden Stakes. And their look from top to bottom, the 10 fastest, Mr. Birdman won for Tony Cunningham, and the 10th fastest time. There's Celtic Cartel clocking that 17.938. Saw like with Cody Photo. Actually saw it, I thought it out there. It was originally 17.983, but confirmed by our TV crew after doing their homework, 17.938. That was a very nice winner under Rolania Pina. And Neo de Oro also was a runner-up in one of those heats yesterday to Celtic, and that got that horse through. So sometimes it's not always the winners that advance, but if you come
That's
out of
exactly what
a
I said.
fast heat, and that was the case with Celtic Cartel.
Yeah, everyone, I made sure that first stakes trial that I handicapped to tell them, you guys, it's more about the time than it is about the finish. So definitely a big congratulations to everyone who finished in the top 10 for the maiden trials. Also, we had another maiden breaking win yesterday.
That was the moment of the day. It
was so fun.
Brittany Troxdell.
They got her good.
Her 12th career ride, her first career victory. Nice one, too. I mean, she sat chilly, no pun intended, with me and Chili in the green silks. By the way, speaking of Tony Cunningham, you mentioned Tim Eggleston.
Yeah,
having
another
success this meet. Yeah, Tim with the thoroughbreds and quarter horses.
And
Tony Cunningham, too. He had the runner-up. And Spot on Justice will be third best, well clear. But it was me and Chili. What a moment for Brittany Troxdell to save her.
And going on the quarter horse thing while we watch her get powdered, Shauna, did Shauna win a race yesterday too,
No,
or she was a second, or she's very close?
Yeah, she ran a maiden yesterday. But there's Brittany getting the business from the other riders in the room with her first
baby
career
powder.
win. At her
Then
12th
she
ride.
gets all cleared off, and then boom, right in the face with a bucket of water. She's like, then she wanted revenge. I would have probably thrown the bucket at him, but.
Did you do the same to Brian Aragoni for his 5 winners picked yesterday?
I should have.
Giving
I
him the treatment.
should have just dumped a beer on his head. Congratulations to B, who was in Fuego yesterday with 5 winners on the card. I had a whole bunch. I had second and third itis yesterday. I hit most of the races in the money, but I did not have 5 winners. That's for show. Brian crushed it yesterday. Much better handicapper than I.
This is May here in the Hoosier State. We've got, of course, this is day 1 practice for the Indianapolis 500.
Oh
Will
my
it be another
gosh.
for Joseph Newgarden?
Yeah.
I'm going with Alex Palau this year, so I got to get a little sports book bet on the Indianapolis 500. Pacers in Cleveland for Game 5.
I got a
Big
quote
one
from
for the
JJ. Are
Pacers.
you ready?
And a 9-race card here today. Yes,
Yes.
Jeremiah Johnson.
JJ
Pacers.
Jeremiah Johnson is the Fox Sports analyst for the Pacers, and he said, huge game in Cleveland tonight. Pacers will need to be prepared to take the Cavs' best shot. They need to pretend they are down 3-1 instead of up 3-1, but we are so close to reliving the glory days of Pacers-Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. How cool will that be? And he said, we need to get Spike Lee to Horseshoe Indianapolis on Memorial Day.
Ah, there we go.
Nice, yeah, since we're racing. But yeah, very exciting. I talked to Caleb yesterday. If you guys don't know, Caleb Keller from FanDuel is a fellow Hoosier. He went to, I think, IU, and he is stoked that they're in.
You know, Andy Serling from Naira is a big Knicks fan.
Yeah, I know. Oh, we knew. Yeah, remember
Travis
last year when
Stone
they
did.
beat us? Yeah, it was his fault. Oh yeah, I'll not let him forget that.
By the way, a lot going on here during the month of May, not only in town, but also casino-wise. And we also want to remind everybody, speaking of sports, but don't forget, if you'd like to get your wager on tonight's game with the Pacers playing in Cleveland in Game 5 or the Indianapolis 500, a future bet there. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Speaking of 2025 concert series, let's talk about that, Racing Rachel, right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hosting a series of free concerts, so one each month starting here in May through August, featured on a Friday trackside. So the first one coming up at the end of the month, May 23rd at 7 o'clock. A lot of great entertainment, a concert series for our fans to enjoy here at the Shoe.
Super excited. We've got a Journey tribute band after that. It's a first come, first
that's
serve
my
basis.
style, right?
Yeah, I love Journey. I was a freshman in high school, and I was listening to all that. I love classic 80s music, but I would have been the best like White Snake video model back in the day because I naturally have 80s hair. On to food and beverage. We'll have it's open to everyone. We've got Friday,
cool.
June
That's
20th.
great.
Yes,
Yeah.
Stella Luna and the Satellites. Friday, July 25th. Toy Factory. Love Toy Factory. It's one of my dad's favorite bands. And Friday, August 22nd.
I remember them
Wombley's
too.
Rock Orchestra. Concerts planned at 7 are free. There will also be paid concerts this fall with details to follow.
If you have an Indiana driver's license, you might want to head to the casino to check this out.
Go
if you're
over.
Of age, yep, you got to check out this
Your
set
Caesars
of wheels.
Rewards card.
Check out the Corvette giveaway in the casino. One lucky Caesars Rewards player will win this 2025 Corvette Stingray convertible 2LT at the end of the month. That's Saturday, May 31st. Stop by Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino. It's 24/7. You can check out this Corvette Stingray on display, learn more on how to enter, and that is a cool set of wheels, Racing Rage.
Yes, it pays to be a Caesars Rewards member. We have many tiers, and each one has amazing perks. So go sign up over in the casino. It is completely free to be a Caesars Rewards member.
Take that bad boy a lap around the
If you win it,
IMS.
I accept gifts.
like a Qatar 747? You're going for a flying palace?
Yes, I will. I will. Just don't tell anybody.
I'd take a plane from anywhere too.
I know, right?
Let's be honest. Road to Champions Day, program number 9. Looking to play in
We
a
have
free
too much fun.
contest every racing day. By the way, today is the Jockeys Agent contest if you'd like to check that out. But the end of May will be the first milestone for this contest. It is Road to Champions Day, of course, one of the big days on each and every year here on the calendar at Horseshoe Indianapolis, with Indiana Champions Day falling at the latter half of October. Road to Champions Day, we've got this contest. It's free to all fans at www.roadtochampionsday.com. Through Thursday, at least, the leader was Ron from New Jersey. Ron from the New Jersey, state of New Jersey, with a bankroll of $251 over. So Ron over Don from New Jersey.
Ooh, Ron
Garden
and Dawn,
State.
both
Yeah.
from New Jersey, duking it out.
All right, a player from Chicago has the most wins so far of 15, and of course,
Wow.
New Pope Leo also from Chicago. So perhaps a player from Chicago has got maybe the upper hand if there's any,
And
divine intervention.
Yes, and NHC seats are also on the line. So if you're playing in that contest, you want to vie for those seats or any other seats that we give away this year, you must go to ntra.com to sign up for the annual membership.
Happy about the first American Pope. Said he's a White Sox fan. He's a fan of the Southsiders and not
So
the Cubs, but
crazy.
he does like Chicago-style pizza. That's good, I think.
I saw
Tavern or deep
a viral social media video that this girl said her mom used to date him.
Really?
Yeah. It's kind of weird.
Isn't there a vow in there?
I know, right? I was like, hey, just because you dated doesn't mean, Maybe
Caesar
they went
Day.
went to a sock hop back in the day or something,
Caesar Day, Wednesday. That's tomorrow, by the way. Caesar Day
It
coming up.
is.
We've got, Louis was promoting Blood Horse podcast, talking about the big day for us coming up here tomorrow. Be sure to check out more about Caesar's Day, not only on X, but also we'll be talking more about it here, of course, today.
Yeah,
And
I'll
again, fingers crossed with Macy's forecast for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll get Bill out of here and upstairs so he can get ready to give you the changes, and I'll distract you with talk of Caesar's Day.
Excuse me?
Yep, I'm gonna. Well, you want to stay?
Bill?
What? Oh my God! I said Bill, John. Why did I say that? That's Bill Jackson right there.
Oh, Bill.
Wow.
Just to check.
I don't want to talk about that ever again. Let's go on.
All right.
What's
moving on.
next?
Preakness coming up on
Preakness.
Saturday. No live racing here on Friday, but it's a great.
We have early wagering.
You don't
too.
have the winner
Yep.
of the 151st
It's still a
Kentucky Derby.
good showing.
Sovereignty not there. No Junior Alvarado. Still trying to figure that out about the whip counts and all that. And
I
that
know.
hefty fine.
That was
You know,
crazy.
that's
I know. I don't think that was very fair, but
they're trying to do a lot for the sport, and
Yeah.
certainly appreciate that. But it's the 150. It's the Kentucky Derby.
yeah.
Keep it up, Junior.
Journalism, though,
Saturday,
that was
live
pretty
racing. Yeah,
interesting,
it's
and
gonna- I
the
think it's
draw
gonna be
is
a nice
out.
race.
Yep, they're
Sandman
supposed
has his share
to.
of
Yeah,
fans too,
yeah.
social media wise and other too.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one, even though. So please come join us. We are going to have advanced wagering for both Black Eyed Susan Day, Friday, May 16th, and Preakness for Saturday, May 17th, beginning Thursday. So not tomorrow, Caesar's Stakes Day, but then Thursday we are going to have advanced wagering starting on those big days at Pimlico before the track closes. So come on out here. It'll be not at Pimlico this year.
Got a final look at the old Pimlico. It's old Hilltop. They're just like Belmont
I didn't know
Park.
it wouldn't return until
going.
2027.
Yeah.
That's news to me. I hadn't followed that enough closely. I knew they were doing that, but
No live racing on Friday, but again, you can place those advanced
You
wagers.
can.
Black-Eyed Susan coming up from Old Hilltop, and looking forward to hearing my longtime friend Dave Rodman calling the 150th Historic Preakness Stakes from Old Hilltop on Saturday. Our first floor OTB doors will open at 9:30 a.m.
watch
Thanks
with
to
us.
our big sponsors this year, Brown Forman, Bree Development, Murphy Trailer Sales, back again with us here in 2025. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them at 765-361-8803. B&H Electric, they're our tote board sponsor. They've got locations around the Hoosier State. You can reach out to them on the web at bh-electric.com. Also, Hubler Ford, Indiana's giant Hubler locations in town.
They're
Here in
awesome.
Shelbyville and Franklin.
If you go and
They're
ask for
awesome.
Jason.
There they are.
You guys go
Great
in,
shot.
ask for Jason.
Hubler Ford.
Tell them Rachel sent you.
Dial up Jason.
They'll
There you go.
hook you up.
Quick commercial break here on this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire on Caesars Week, when the show returns. Racing Rachel McLaughlin will be covering the 50-cent early pick 5 today.
You gonna call me Joe
Back
to get
with
back
a
at me?
commercial break. Until next time, for our entire crew, for Racing Rachel, Bill saying, we're done. Have fun. Bye for now. You can't have that one.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Corbel, make it gold.
All right, you guys. It was a crazy day whenever I have podcasts and interviews and stuff before racing. And so today, and Bick and I got to chat for a long time. Somehow we got disconnected. So I'm going to do some of this. I got in a rush and left my laptop downstairs, but I do have the BPs for tomorrow on my phone. Which is the same thing. It's just a smaller screen, that's all. I'm just going to quickly go over tomorrow's big races and then, remind you of our pick 5, early pick 5 that is going to start here in race 1. Tomorrow we really kick off the late pick 5 with a very wide open allowance. Talking about the sequence with Steve earlier, this is a race, the 5th race is one that you definitely should spread in. But I'm going to mainly stick with the premier races, and one of those is the Swifty Sired Handicap in race 6. Their sprints, those Indiana races are sprints on the dirt. Our big 2 black types are going to be on the grass. In this race, I think that you've got a couple of options. I told Steve that I like a long shot in the 6, the Antonio Duran trainee who broke its main at first asking last year, but then he gave it the rest of the year off. In this race, I think Molly's Potion is the one to beat. And after that, it's one of those races that I think Molly looks so good that it could be anyone after that, because these are horses that are not as tested, obviously, as some of the later races. I think the top 2 selections in there are going to be the strongest. Probably go Molly's Potion, then the 3, and then my long shot from the Tony Duran barn, the 6. Again, I also want to remind you guys, right after this, I'm going to meet with the interns and also edit a very nice interview that I got with Molly's trainer, Don Fonnot, back in right before the meet started, and she said she was pointing towards this race, so that they've pretty much been training her. She had a great winter. She looks really good going into it. Horseshoe Indianapolis handicap in this race. Some interesting ones that could possibly, draw in. We've got a 13 and 14 off the AE list, but right now a full field. And I really liked Admit, but as Steve pointed out to me, and I totally forgot I had read this, ran on Saturday. So not in the 9, so there we do have maybe a possibility of something drawing in. But the 12, Love You Anyway, looks really good off of Maiden breaking win, putting up a nice speed figure on the turf, going a mile and a 16th in that one. We're going a flat mile here in this race, but another one that looks kind of interesting is Play with Fire. As I was talking to Bick, that was kind of his pick, so I'm going to try to find a little bit of a long shot in there in that race. But I will let you know, last time we had opening day, I think, when Steve and I put our picks together in the pick 5, we pretty much nailed every leg, I'm pretty sure, except there was one off the wall horse, is the only one we didn't mention. The 8th race is the 1 mile grass route of the Caesars. Handicap, $150,000 black type. There's some speed on the inside with Chasing Liberty in that race, putting up an 88 last time out, and also has the highest speed figure at the distance of a mile with an 85. After that, there's a few in here that I think have a good shot to either for the upset. We like Mark Cassie's Sing Sing as well. Looks nice. And then definitely on the farther to the outside is the 7 Clock Tower, who looks good dropping in class today. Is kind of dropping down in distance as well and should offer improvement there. But my long shot is going to be the 8, J Love, coming in for Ethan West, our very own Kentucky and Indiana-based trainer. He's been training here for a long time, had a Kentucky Derby hopeful, and now has a very nice long shot, I think, at 8-1 on the morning line, a 3-year-old colt who's coming off of a bullet drill. And I think, what ran the Tampa Bay Derby, he was a little outclassed there, but in his other races has really looked sharp. So those are my thoughts there. And then we're going to end it with the Sagamore Sired, and that's 5.5 on the dirt. As I said, those two are going to be sprints. On the dirt, the 5 Mondavilla just looks really good, the one to beat. And then after that, it's kind of a toss-up. Another sort of similar situation to what we were talking about, the Horseshoe. A very heavy favorite. And after that, you could make a case for a few of them. I told Steve that my long shot in that race is going to be Gin and Whiskey, Oscar Villarreal, aboard for DeVaris Douglas. I got to talk to DeVaris in the offseason about this horse, and he has big hopes for it, coming off of sharp work. Kind of ran out of racing dates there at the end of the year after this one broke the maiden, so he's coming in strong and in a very tough field here, given that Mondevilla's in this race. But that is a look at the sequence for tomorrow for Caesars Day. And just quickly, we have a couple minutes. I just want to remind you guys that our early pick 5 does start in this race 1. I have a scratch of the 1 in here. The favorite is the 7. I kind of like the 6 more than 5 in this 6-horse field, a claiming for 20 for 3-year-olds and up. The second race is a maiden claiming, bottom level for 5, 6 furlongs. The outside Decatur Street is scratch, which was the morning line favorite, obviously changing the landscape of the race. But there's 6 horses left in that field. I went 4, 5, 3 in there. And then the third race is a 3-year-old and up Indiana Sired maiden claiming for 15, 5.5. 7 betting interest in that race. So a lot of them, this is just an interest. Some are moving up in class, some are moving down in class. Some have been racing a route. Not sure how they're going to like the sprint. So that is a head scratcher for sure. I'll be interested to see what Brian's ticket reads on that. Indiana Sired, 3-year-old nut maiden special weight in race 4. The 9's out of that race and leaving us 8 betting interest. I went 5, 4, 7 in there. Dreaming Girl on top, who just missed in its last race. And then the claiming for 12, 5. This is 7.5 on the grass, and there's 8 betting interest in here. Very interesting race as well. The sequence is pretty tough. In the 5th race, though, I went with a 2. Catman, Spicy Italian, in there. And then I have a little bit of a long shot with Scoop on the inside. So that is the sequence here for the early pick 5. It is an 11.99% takeout on races 1 through 5 every day. So get your bet in early. We're 16 minutes to post. I'm going to send it up to John here momentarily to go over your changes in their entirety. John G. Dooley, the best work husband a girl could ever ask for. Good luck.
Well, cheers for that, Racing Rachel. Good afternoon from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. With 15 minutes to post, hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races on tap today. Under cloudy skies, temperatures through the 70s. Main track fast. On the turf course. Turf course on this Tuesday of Caesars Week. Rated good. Turf rail set at 24 feet. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening sprint starts off the 50-cent early pick 5. From the 210 opener, scratch number 1, Via del Corso. Number 1, Via del Corso has been scratched from the sprint opener. Race 2 starts the $1 early pick 4. In the maiden sprint, number 3, VSOP, add 1 pound to the program weight. Number 5, Hotline Blink, the owner and trainer should read Manuel Chavez. Owns and trains. Number 5, Hotline Blink. Number 7, Decatur Street has been scratched. Scratch the 7, Decatur Street. In the third, there are no changes in the maiden sprint. All 7 run. Turning to the fourth, maiden sprint kicks off the 50-cent late pick 5. Here, number 4, Sacra's Quest, 2 pounds over the program weight. Scratch number 9, Hungry Reggae. Number 9, Hungry Reggae, has been scratched. The fifth race, Phillies Mares Turf, start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Here, number 4, Covenant Lady. Ownership correction. The ownership should read Michael J. Wern. BB Stables of Nate Brannon and Tony Granitz. That's an ownership correction for the 4, Covenant Lady. Number 5, Greatest Moment, to jockey change to Fernando de la Cruz. Fernando de la Cruz will ride number 5, Greatest Moment, while the 8, King's Legacy, once again an ownership correction to Manuel Chavez, trains and owns number 8, King's Legacy. Following the turf, race 6, State Bred Sprint. Here, scratch the 3, Green Whiz, and 5, Solar Power. Scratch the 3 and number 5. In the 7th of our 9, Maiden Turf Mile. Number 1, Luna Lena, add 2 pounds to listed program weight. Scratch the also eligibles. 13, Temple Painter, and 14, Pink Picture. Scratch the AEs, numbers 13 and 14, from the Maiden Turf Mile. Race 8 is a maiden sprint. Here, number 1, Kagsy, 2 pounds over. Scratch number 7, Prayers Beauty. Number 7, Prayers Beauty, has been scratched. On to the 9th, due at 6:15. Quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250 yards. Fast track. At this hour, no scratches, no rider changes. These reported overweights. The 1, One Sweet Wagon, 5 over. 6, Cowgirl Beach, 5 over. Number 8, Rockin' the Beach, plus 7 pounds. Number 10, Eos Maggie May, 7 over. And number 12, Apolitical Bill, 7 over. At this hour, there are no scratches in the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. There, a look at the changes and corrections on our racing program. Cloudy skies through the 70s. On this Tuesday of Caesars Week, main track fast, turf course rated good, turf rail stays set at 24 feet. Horses in the paddock for the opening sprint. Due off at 2:10. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. The horses called postward for the first race. Sprint opener at 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Number 1, Via del Corso, has been scratched. Scratch the 1, Via del Corso. Race 1 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3, start of the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track fast. The turf course on this Tuesday of Caesars week, rated good, and the turf rail set at 24 feet. Operate for the sprint opener with 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Luis Contreras with Gagliardi. With Santo Sanjor. Leading up Ortho Star. Ortho Star has joined the son of Omaha Beach, Gagliardi. Ronnie Prescott with Quality Storm. Now Walter Rodriguez with Mendello. At 6 furlongs. More than 5, 2-1 the first favorite. Waiting for Mendello, more than 5, and Motown Star will be last. Now a couple of them back. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with more than 5. 9-5 first favorite, and one more, Joe Ramos with Motown Star. Main track fast, all set for the first. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Motown Star out to a flying start for Joe Ramos. Mendello between horses, and here's Gagliardi now making a dash from the rail for Luis Contreras, and it's Gagliardi. Gagliardi in an early battle with Motown Star and Mendello right there whipping up the pace. These tri-leaders for the run toward the half-mile pole with nearest the inside Ortho Star, who's joined out wide by more than 5 in a turquoise cap. And after a couple of furlongs, Quality Storm trails here in the Tuesday opener. The opening quarter battle through in 22.49 seconds as they enter the far turn. First run since the fairgrounds for Motown Star, who just leads Gagliardi toward the inside. And they take this confrontation toward the quarter pole with Mendello looking to keep pace with them in third. More than 5 coming up in the 4 path as they straighten away. Then Ortho Star and Quality Storm. Into the stretch, half mile in 45.48 seconds. It's Motown Star who leads them down toward the final furlong as more than 5 comes charging with a bid toward the inside Gagliardi, then Mendello with no extra, and Ortho Star. They come past the 16th for Joe Ramos. It's Motown Star on the outside, more than 5 for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. More than 5 getting up, more than 5. Edges Motown Star. Ortho Star third, Mendello finished fourth. .111 flat after the running of race 1, 111 flat. Judges calling for a win photograph. It was 3-2 on 6, more than 5. 5-1 on 7, Motown Star. 3, Ortho Star at 6-1. 5-2, Mendello. Gagliardi. We trail back to Quality Storm, 111 flat. Hold all tickets until official. Standing by for judges' confirmation, there's more than 5. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. for Gennaro Garcia first. 7, Motown Star was second. 3, Ortho Star third. 5, Mendello fourth. 6, 7, 67.35. The result of the first race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, here's the 6 More Than 5 with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. More Than 5 is a 5-year-old, big gelding by More Than Ready, and a 5-star mama by 5-star Day. This Kentucky-bred racing for Steve H. Lewis and trainer Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of More Than 5. First results in 6-7 exact to return $49.80. 50-cent trifecta 6-7-3 $59.90. With Mandello fourth, the 10-cent superfecta 6-7-3-5 paid $25.24. In the sprint opener, the 1 was a non-runner, favorite first. 6 ran fast track in 1:11 flat, 21 minutes away from race 2. Maiden sprint take out the 7 Decatur Street. That was the morning line favorite. Number 7, Decatur Street has been scratched from the maiden. No rider changes. 3, Vsop a pound over. Number 5, Hotline Blink is owned and trained by Manuel Chavez. Trains and owns. 5, Hotline Blink ownership correction. Race 2 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Start of the $1 early pick 4. If you're just joining, main track fast. Turf course good. Rela 24 feet. Post time for the second race maiden sprint will be at 2:41 in all cases. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the sprint. Hope you had a bet on More Than 5. With Motown star and Mandello right there whipping up the pace. These tri-leaders for the run toward the half-mile pole with nearest the inside Ortho Star, who's joined out wide by More Than 5 in a turquoise cap. And after a couple of furlongs, Quality Storm trails here in the Tuesday opener. The opening quarter battle through in 22.49 seconds as they enter the far turn. First run since the fairgrounds for Motown Star, who just leads Gagliardi toward the inside. And they take this confrontation toward the quarter pole with Mandello looking to keep pace with them in third. More Than 5 coming up in the 4 path as they straighten away. Then Ortho Star and Quality Storm. Into the stretch, half mile in 45.48 seconds. It's Motown Star who leads them down toward the final furlong as More Than 5 comes charging with a bid toward the inside Gagliardi, then Mandello with no extra and Ortho Star. They come past the 16th for Joe Ramos. It's Motown Star. On the outside, More Than 5 for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. More Than 5 getting up. More Than 5 edges Motown Star. Ortho Star third. Weighing
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power, and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
It's back. Vacation at home sale at Family Leisure. Family Leisure has the largest selection of in-stock patio furniture at guaranteed lowest prices. Chat height to bar height and everything in between. Check out our selection of pergolas, pavilions, and other shade solutions. Make a splash this summer with a new swimming pool from America's largest pool dealer. Outdoor kitchens. Buy from stock or design your own. Melt away stress. We've got plenty of spas and swim spas priced to move. Vacation at home sale going on now at Family Leisure.
Eleven minutes to the second race here, Horseshoe Indianapolis, with Marcelino and Gennaro Garcia. Very powerful connections here in Indiana taking the opening race. This is a bottom level maiden claiming for 3-year-olds and up. Right now, the 5 is the 7-5 favorite. I went with the 4 here in this race. This is a tough one, but the 4 at 5-2, the 7 Decatur Street being out of here as the morning line favorite is obviously going to change the landscape of this race. Rocket Sock It to, I have no idea. Rocket gets Chase Miller up for Darren Miller. 3-year-old Gelding, who was third last out versus Similar, is in the same class. And with the 7 out, who had the highest speed figure most recently, the second highest is Rocket here, who is making its third start of 2025, as did run at Turfway in February. Just kind of put a line through that one. Didn't like the poly at all. And then debuted here on April 22nd in this same class and really put up a nice race. Even hopped at the start, but overcame it really well. I just love seeing thoroughbreds with, they look kind of like little paints, and this one has very, very particular marking. So a gorgeous chestnut. Gelding, who I think is going to improve off that effort. Now the 5 is the heavy favorite, and I'm not shocked at all, because it's the class drop probably that jumps off of in going back in the past where this horse has ran well at sprint. So there's a couple things we're cutting back with here with the 5. Hotline Blink. Carlos Barbosa is aboard here for Manuel Chavez, a 3-year-old gelding by Golden Sense, who's making his 11th lifetime start. Now, if we go back, he was in some really tough maidens. Even here, after going to Keeneland, it got taken off the turf, and he ran at 5/8 on the main. Then they dropped him down after the barn switch when they sent him to Tampa. Not much there either, but went down all the way to maiden claiming for 15 on the poly at Turfway. Was it the drop down in class? Was it the cut back in distance that really opened him up there? But he ended up second in that race at 10-1. Then they moved it back up to Keeneland, thought maybe he figured it out at 6 furlongs. I think was outclassed there, and then was in a maiden claiming for 12-5 routing. I think that he likes sprinting. I think that he's dropping down in class. There's a lot to like about the 5. And then the 3 is who I'm going to round it out with, 9-2 on the tote board. VSOP. Felix is aboard for Gennaro here. Gennaro looking for a training double, as this is a 3-year-old gelding by Vino Rosso. Has a second place finish to his credit. Little bit of a layoff, 51 days, couple months. And then also in the last one, kind of got bothered at the break. So as you can see, just draw a line through that one. There's almost a line through it anyway. Go back to Churchill in September of last year at 7 furlongs. Maiden claiming for 30, a second. I'm going all the way down to maiden claiming for 5. I think this one's going to like getting back to the sprint distance. I think would have liked it last time at Oaklawn, but that the break kind of just took him out of that race right there. We've got a couple on the inside that are dropping down in class. This is a pretty interesting race. The 4 now, the 8-5 favorite. I guess I talked you guys into it. Shocker. 4-5-3 for me here in the second race. Good luck.
The horses call postward now for the second race. Maiden sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Number 7, Decatur Street, has been scratched. Scratch the 7, Decatur Street. 3, VSOP, add 1 pound to the listed program weight. Number 5, Hotline Blink Ownership Correction, Manuel Chavez, trains and owns the 5 Hotline Blink. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3, start of the $1 early pick 4. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Post time in 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden Sprint starts the $1 early pick 4. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Keith Asmussen with Maravich. The first maiden into the starting gate. Oscar Villarreal with Commander's Coin coming up. 20-1 on Commander's Coin. Joins Maravich. Now Visop. Felix Ostadillo for Gennaro Garcia going for the opening double. Chase Miller with Rocket Sakatumi. Carlos Barbosa with Hotline Blink. Right now 8-5 favorite on Hotline Blink. One more, Augustin Gomez and 7-time started Free America. Seconds of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hotline Blink 8-5 favorite. They're in the gate. And they're off. Free America with VSOP. Hotline Blink in the Royal Blue Cap is right there, vying for the early lead as they dash through the first furlong. Nearest the inside is Maravich with a white cap. Commander's Coin is running second to last, and Rocket Socket Toomey trails the Maiden Sextet nearing the half-mile pole. It's VSOP. So VSOP just leads for Felix Ostadillo. Right there on the outside is Hotline Blink in his 11th run. They're matching strides as they enter the far turn. Free America is running wide. Then Rocket Socket Toomey, Commander's Coin, and Maravich are joint last. The quarter 22.90 seconds. With inside 3 furlongs to go, VSOP and Hotline Blink. And these two are now joined on the outside by Free America coming with a bid as they line up for the quarter pole. 3 clear from Rocket Socket Toomey, who straightens away in 4th. Commander's Coin and Maravich is last. Heads are turned for home. Free America sweeping. Half mile 46.21 seconds. Nearest the inside, VSOP with the kick for the final furlong. VSOP has come clear by 4 from between horses. Hotline Blink of the outside, Free America, and toward the rail, Rocket Socket Toomey. Commander's Coin, Maravich well beaten with Felix Ostadillo, the son of Vino Rosso. VSOP has scored the winning run by 3 from Free America. Hotline Blink third, Rocket Socket Toomey back and forth. $112.49 after the maiden sprint. 112.49, 3654. The unofficial run order after race 2. First number 3, VSOP at 2-1. 6, Free America. At 8-1 was second. Number 5, Hotline Blink at 8-5. Favorite runs third in the maiden. And number 4, Rocket Socket Toomey at 3-1, getting into the superfecta. 3654. Another here this season for apprentice Felix Ostadillo. Gennaro Garcia takes out the opening double. VSOP at 2-1. The result of the second race is official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 3, Visop. Into the hands of 7-pound apprentice Felix Ostadillo. Visop is a 3-year-old. Dark Bear Brown gelding by Vino Rosso. The Macho Uno mare, Seductive Charm. This Kentucky bred racing for William J. Wargel. Trainer Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated sweeping our first double of the day. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Visop out to the maiden ranks. 3-6 exacta, paid $36.60. 50-cent trifecta, 365, $24.35. The 6 and 3, Gennaro Garcia train double, more than 5 to Visop, paid $31.40. With Rocket Socket Toomey fourth in the maiden, the 10-cent superfecta, 3654, paid $8.89. Claim 4, Rocket Socket Toomey for $5,000. New owner Kelly Eggleston. Trainer Tim Eggleston claimed Rocket Socket Toomey ran fourth, 112.49. Third race maiden sprint, no changes all 7 run, no changes in the third. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be in 20 minutes at 3:11. And they're off. Free America with Visop. Hotline Blink in the Royal Blue Cap is right there, vying for the early lead as they dash through the first furlong. Nearest the inside is Maravich with a white cap. Commander's Coin is running second to last, and Rocket Socket Toomey trails the maiden sextet nearing the half-mile pole. It's Visop. So Visop just leads for Felix Ostadillo. Right there on the outside is Hotline Blink in his 11th run. They're matching strides as they enter the far turn. Free America is running wide. Then Rocket Socket Toomey, Commander's Coin, and Maravich are joined last. The quarter 22.90 seconds. With inside 3 furlongs to go, Visop and Hotline Blink. And these two are now joined on the outside by Free America coming with a bid as they line up for the quarter pole. 3 clear from Rocket Socket Toomey, who straightens away in 4th. Commander's Coin and Maravich is last. Heads are turned for home. Free America sweeping. Half mile, 46.21 seconds. Nearest the inside, Visop with the kick for the final furlong. Visop has come clear by 4 from between horses. Hotline Blink of the outside, Free America, and toward the rail, Rocket Socket Toomey. Commander's Coin, Maravich well beaten with Felix Ostadillo, the son of Vino Rosso. Visop has scored the winning run by 3 from Free America. Hotline Blink third, Rocket
Tell me how you got started in racing.
So I'm from Florida. I started in Ocala breaking babies, and then I came here to Indiana. Was my first job in 2021, I believe it was. I worked for Joe Davis, getting on a couple horses in the morning and running them in the afternoon. I got my first winner's circle picture here as a groom with a horse that I rode as well in Ocala. So to get my first winner's picture in the saddle will be something, a real full circle moment to be here. And then after that, I went on to work for Bill Mott for about 3 seasons, and can't say enough good things about him and his team.
Awesome. So you've been here for, how long have you been up here in Indiana?
This is my first week here
First
working
week,
horses.
yeah. A lot of people got here this week. I just didn't know if you had been here longer than that because we keep the track open in the winter. So what would you say your favorite thing about riding, being a jockey is, versus when you were in Ocala?
Versus when I was in Ocala, it's like, obviously the horses, that's why I'm here, that's why I'm in it, is for the horses. But I'd say being a jockey, I get to go into a lot of different barns and meet a lot of different trainers and people, so many different people involved with one horse. But I also get to see a lot of how different barns work and how they differ from each other, and just see some different techniques is something that I've gotten to learn.
All right, well, good luck. Who has your book?
John Herbstreit.
Oh, Herbstreit's the best.
He is the best. He's been around here for a while, and I'm really grateful for him, actually. Johnny V's been a really big mentor and someone that I look up to greatly, and he's the one that made that connection for me, so I'm so grateful for him.
Yeah, John's a great guy. Well, I hope you guys have great success this year. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
9 minutes to the third race here, Horseshoe Indianapolis, and this is an Indiana-bred, Indiana-sired, actually, 3-year-old not maiden claiming for 15. 7 betting interest in here, and the favorite is the first-time starter, Shell Shocked. But I'm going to go with the 3 here. 5-2 right now on the tote board, and I was looking at the DRF projection of this race, and obviously the 3 with they think is going to go to the lead. The numbers have been pretty quick for her, but they have the 7 ending this race winning. The long shot is the 1, Queen's Desire, who I left off, but 3 we're showing here. Evan Roman is aboard for Scott Mullins, and Evan having some nice success here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is a 3-year-old filly. She's had a couple of thirds to her credit, nothing that has jumped off the page. She did debut on April 23rd. Think she needed that one. This is her second off of a layoff, and she's adding blinkers as well. Then we're going to go to the 7, Shell Shocked. 9-5 right now on the tote board. Fernando de la Cruz is a hot jockey. Bob Gorham, as I was talking today on Big Show, he's gotten off to a little bit of a slow start, but I told Vic, I said, usually that is the case. He always has a good meet here in Indiana, but I can't remember other than 1 year as of late, I think the year before last, where he was off to just an incredible lead in the standings early. I think that his barn heats up. I think that he might need one. First-time starter percentages aren't huge, but she's starting off on Lasix. She's starting off with a good jock, an outside post position, in a shorter field. Don't blame anybody for picking the 7 here. And then the 6 is who I'm going to round out my trifecta with, Annie Express. Sammy B up for Aaron West. And Aaron, high percentage trainer, 20% win clip already in the meet, and 62% win percentage of 20%, 62% in the money. You love to see it. Also, Sammy and Aaron have been hot together. They have had 2 wins, 2 seconds, and 3 thirds. So 6 of their last 7 have been in the money finishes together. This one's dropping down in class from maiden special weight to maiden claiming for 15. And I just think that with the class relief and it being second off the layoff, again, kind of a similar situation where this one did have a debut, didn't do much, but I think might have needed it. That was an 11-horse field, and now they're getting a shorter one. So 3-7-6 here for me in a maiden claiming for 15. I'm going to go on top with the 3 right now on the board at 5-2. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the third race. This maiden sprint carded at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. There are no program changes here. All 7 run in the maiden. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden sprint. Under 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Joseph Romero with Queen's Desire. Alberto Burgos, Mabel Sue Jolene. Queen's Desire. Hannah Leahy with Carolyn's Angel. First one of 2025 for Carolyn's Angel here in the Maiden. Now the Scotty Mullins pair, Evan Roman with Focaccia. Yarmarie Correa, Jello Bean drew 5. A couple of fillies back. Samir Bermudez with 4-time started Annie Express. Shell Shock right now, 2-1 favorite. 5-2 Focaccia and Queen's Desire. 5.5 furlongs. So stand by, one more. Fernando de la Cruz with the first-time starter, Shell Shocked. Pedro General Rod, Shell Shocked. All in line. And they're off. Fast start for Mabel Sue Jolene. Right there toward the inside is Focaccia with an early bid. And right with them, Annie Express. And toward the inside, Queen's Desire. It's Focaccia. So with Evan Roman, Focaccia has the 3-year-old speed to lead by 3/4 length to a close-up Annie Express. Queen's Desire running in third after a sharp start. Mabel Sue Jolene is in fourth. Shell Shocked on the far outside, looking to gain ground now as they round the far turn. Jello Bean is running second to last, and the 6-year-old mare, Carolyn's Angel, trails. The opening quarter was 23.18 seconds at the 2.5. Toward the inside, it's Focaccia in a battle with Annie Express. They take this toward the quarter pole. 3 clear from Shell Shocked, who's looking to gain now as these maidens turn for home. Queen's Desire straightens away in fourth. Then Jello Bean with Mabel Sue Jolene. We draw back to Carolyn's Angel. Homeward bound, it's Focaccia. 1 furlong to go. Focaccia leads by 2 to Annie Express. Queen's Desire charging up the inside. Then Shell Shocked running in fourth, but now running at that same pace, Shell Shocked. They're close to home with Evan Roman. It's Focaccia. And Focaccia will be first by 5 from Queen's Desire. Shell Shocked third. Annie Express finished fourth. 106.64 seconds after the maiden distaff sprint. 3:176 unofficial after race 3. First number 3, Focaccia at 5-2. 1 Queen's Desire, 2-1 second in her 12th career start. Number 7, Shell Shocked, 5-2 debut third. And there's 6 Annie Express at 2-1 fourth, 3:176. Evan Roman for Scotty Mullins Shem Racing. Focaccia, the daughter of Sight Song, off the mark in her 7th run. Stepping into the Murphy Traveler Sales winner's circle, number 3, Focaccia with Evan Roman. Focaccia, 3-year-old Chester filly by Spite Song out of the Awesome Again mare. How Awesome Am I? This Indiana bred, trained by Scotty Mullins for Scott Resnick's Shem Racing LLC. At 5-2, Focaccia gets the dough. Results in after race 3. 3-1 exacta paid $17.20. 50-cent trifecta, 3-1-7, $13.50. The first pick 3 on the card. 50-cent pick 3, 1 and or 6, with 3 with Focaccia the 3. Opening pick 3 returned $29.05. The 3-3 double combining VSOP with Focaccia, $28.20. With Annie Express 4th in the maiden, 10-cent superfecta, 3-1-7-6, paid $3.88. All 7 ran, 106.64. Claim 7 Shell Shocked for $15,000. New owner and trainer John Harron claimed Shell Shocked ran 3rd. In the 4th of our 9 today, on the eve of Caesar's Day. Don't forget, big card tomorrow. Hope you can join us. 4 stakes among the races here tomorrow on Caesar's Day, including the running of the Horseshoe Indianapolis and the Caesars. Post time 2:10 tomorrow and Thursday to wrap up Caesars Week. 18 minutes away from the 4th race maiden sprint. 9 Hungry Reggae has been withdrawn. Scratch 9 Hungry Reggae. No rider changes for Sakura's Quest, 2 pounds over the listed program weight. Exacted trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3. Start of the 50-cent late pick 5. Post time 3:41. And they're off. Fast start for Mabel Sue Jolene. Right there toward the inside is Focaccia with an early bid. And right with them, Annie Express. And toward the inside, Queen's Desire. It's Focaccia. So with Evan Roman, Focaccia has the 3-year-old speed to lead by 3/4 length to a close-up. Annie Express. Queen's Desire running in 3rd after a sharp start. Mabel Sue Jolene is in 4th. Shell Shocked On the far outside, looking to gain ground now as they round the far turn. Jello Bean is running second to last, and the 6-year-old mare, Carolyn's Angel, trails. The opening quarter was 23.18 seconds at the 2.5. Toward the inside, it's Focaccia in a battle with Annie Express. They take this toward the quarter pole. 3 clear from Shell Shocked, who's looking to gain now as these maidens turn for home. Queen's Desire straightens away in 4th. Then Jello Bean with Mabel Sue Jolene. We draw back to Carolyn's Angel. Homeward bound, it's Focaccia. 1 furlong to go. Focaccia leads by 2 to Annie Express. Queen's Desire charging up the inside. Then Shell Shocked running in 4th, but now running at that same pace. Shell Shocked. They're close to home with Evan Roman. It's Focaccia. And Focaccia will be first by 5 from Queen's Desire. Shell Shocked third. Annie Express finished 4th.
10 minutes to the fourth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is an Indiana sired 3-year-old and up maiden special weight, 6 furlongs on the dirt. The 9 is out of here, and the 6 is the 2-1 favorite right now, Stella De Luce. I'm going to go with the 5, Dreaming Girl. 7-2 right now on the tote board. Yamari Correa is aboard for Joe Davis. 3-year-old filly by Skylord, who's making her 6th lifetime start. She's had a couple of seconds. And man, last time she was right there. This is a horse that came off the pace. She was 7th by 7 lengths out of a 10-horse field and ended up getting beat for second by less than a length. Had to hurt a little bit. But this is just a horse with some late closing speed. And, you know, I get why everyone probably likes the 6 because speed has been holding up on the track. But not every single time. I think that the 5 is going to have a good shot of it. And, you know, she's gotten into some trouble at the start. If she can get a nice clean break and she can settle in back and have something to run at with the 6, I think that she's the one to beat here. So let's go with the 4 next. So I've got Dreaming Girl on top and Sakura's Quest for my exacta. 4-1 right now on the tote board. These fillies are feeling feisty today. This is a 3-year-old filly by Forever Dioro. Sakura's Quest gets Joe Romero in the irons. He had a nice win yesterday. Kid's been riding really well for the mounts that he's had. And ran last year on Halloween and just was done early. I don't think that the slop was her preferred method. But today, as of right now, we got a nice dry track. Not going to have any dirt thrown in her face. She had a bullet work on April 16th and then debuted on April 23rd and gotten beaten a length for third. But she was a little bit closer to the pace. She had Romero aboard that day. I think that they're going to do a really good job. They just got caught there at the wire by a couple, swallowed them up. Then I'm going to go to the 7, Twisted Tiara. Question mark here for this horse. It was my long shot. I like 7-1. I'll take 7-1 on Twisted Tiara. This is a 3-year-old filly, again, by Forever Dioro, and bred, owned, and trained by Ruben Sierra and Michelle Elliott. Well, trained by them, but they've bred and co-owned this one together. She just really got taken out last year, and Michelle kind of decided to give her some time. As a 3-year-old, she debuted on April 22nd. And got off again awkwardly. She was bumped at the start. She was stuck inside on her debut. Then she comes back this year. She's in an 11-horse field as the bettor's favorite. And she got off really awkwardly. I think that she needs a good break, and she's getting a little extra ground here today, going from 5.5 to 6. Definitely one to watch. I think that she's going to do well. I like that Fernando's up here today. So he's in the irons for Twisted Tiara, and I think she's a good long shot. As you see Michelle and Chili in there saddling her, she seems calm and ready to go. 5-4-7 for me here in the 4th race. This does kick off the late 50-cent pick 5. Brian's got a ticket. We'll throw that up on graphics so you can follow along with him and take his expert advice. Remember, he did have 5 winners yesterday on the card, so Brian knows what he's talking about. Good luck.
The call to the post for race 4. Maiden Filly stepping onto the track here for the sprint. At 6 furlongs, a field of 8. Scratch 9, Hungry Reggae. Number 9, Hungry Reggae has been scratched. No rider changes. There's a reported overweight. Number 4, Sacra's Quest, and 2 pounds. So the listed program weight makes it there corrected now to 115. Scratch the 9, Exacted Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. Maiden Filly Sprint starts the 50-cent late pick 5. If you're just joining, main track fast. The turf course on Tuesday at Caesars Week, rated good, turf rail at 24 feet. 2 minutes to post time, due in 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time for this Maiden Filly Sprint. Starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the Maiden Filly Sprint, Jose Gutierrez with Lily Rose Express facing up to the gate. Yamari Correa with Dreaming Girl. Dreaming Girl first in. Lily Rose Express joins. Joe Ramos with Stella DeLuce. Luis Contreras, Gatling Girl going in. Fernando de la Cruz with Twisted Tiara. Gatling Girl loaded. Get Even Kid. Coming up, Evan Roman, riding for a double on the card. Wednesday, Caesars Day post time 2:10. A couple of fillies back. Joseph Romero with Sakura's Quest. One more Blazing Eyes. Brittany Truxtell claims the 10-pound apprentice allowance on her first career race here on Monday's card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast Track, they're in the gate. And they're off. Gatling Girl broke a beat slow. Sakura's Quest quick away, along with Dreaming Girl. Here come Bids By, Twisted Tiara, and toward the inside. Lily Rose Express now making a dash for it for Jose Gutierrez from the rail. So it's Lily Rose Express and Sakura's Quest. They battle for it here. Lily Rose Express and Sakura's Quest. Head to head, going past the half mile with Twisted Tiara running in third. Toward the inside is Gatling Girl in fourth. Dreaming Girl is fifth. Stella DeLuce a wide sixth in the blue cap. Then comes Get Even Kid and Beaten for Pace. Blazing Eyes trails. They Maiden Filly Sprint. The opening quarter in 22.50 seconds around the far turn with Joseph Romero. It's Sakura's Quest as on the outside Twisted Tiara is making her bid for the lead as they come toward the quarter pole. Too clear from Gatling Girl, who straightens away in third. Dreaming Girl fanned wide. Lily Rose Express showed speed but has dropped back. Get Even Kid, Stella DeLuce is the wide filly. Blazing Eyes the final filly. Into the stretch half mile. 45.73 seconds. Sakura's Quest staring at one more furlong, but she's widened on Twisted Tiara by 5. Coming past the 16th. To the inside is Dreaming Girl and a leap bid by Get Even Kid. It's too late. Sakura's Quest is home. With Joseph Romero, Sakura's Quest wins by 2.5. Get Even Kid closed into second from Dreaming Girl. Twisted Tiara finished fourth. $112.31 after the Maiden Fillies dash. $112.31 for Sakura's Quest. 3-1 first. The judges taking a look at second and third. It was 4-1 on 3. Get Even Kid. 3-1 on 5. Dreaming Girl. 4 takes it out. Sakura's Quest. Third time was the charm for the Forever Doro filly. She'll get the result. Joseph Romero claims the 7 pounds here for Randy Klopp. 3-1 Sakura's Quest starts the late pick 5. The judges have confirmed number 3, Get Even Kid, 4-1 second. 5, Dreaming Girl at 3-1 third, and 7, Twisted Tiara, 3-1 fourth. 4-3, 5-7. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. And race 4 official, the 4 Sakura's Quest with apprentice Joseph Romero. Sakura's Quest is a 3-year-old gray roan filly by Forever Doro and a Sakura Babuda. Winner bred here in the Hoosier State. Randy Klopp trains for Cynthia Claramont and Liz Klopp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sakura's Quest out to the Maiden fillies ranks. Official. Paid 3-1. The 4-3 exacta returned $37.40. 50-cent trifecta 4-3-5, $22.85. 3-4 double 18.60. The 10-cent superfecta $14.83. Twisted Tiara ran fourth in the Maiden filly sprint. 50-cent pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4. 3 with the 3 with the 4. Pick 3 paid $32.90. 8 ran 112.31 after the running of race 4. And the 5th race. The first today, Carter for the turf course rated good, rail at 24 feet. Race 5, no scratches. Number 5, greatest moment to jockey change to Fernando de la Cruz. Fernando de la Cruz on 5, greatest moment. Number 4, Covenant Lady program correction. The ownership of the mare Covenant Lady should read in your program Michael J. Wern, B&B Stables, Nate Brannon, and Tony Granitz. Corrected ownership for 4 Covenant Lady. And number 8, King's Legacy correction. Manuel Chavez trains and owns 8 King's Legacy. Manuel Chavez, the ownership. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Phillies Mares Turf starts the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Post time in 19 minutes at 4:11. And they're off. Gatling Girl broke a beat slow. Sakura's Quest quick away. Along with Dreaming Girl. Here come Bids by. Twisted Tiara and toward the inside. Lily Rose Express now making a dash for it for Jose Gutierrez from the rail. So it's Lily Rose Express and Sakura's Quest. They battle for it here. Lily Rose Express and Sakura's Quest. Head to head, going past the half mile with Twisted Tiara running in third. Toward the inside is Gatling Girl in fourth. Dreaming Girl is fifth. Stella DeLuce a wide sixth in the blue cap. Then comes Get Even Kid and Beaten for Pace. Blazing Eyes trails. They made in Phillies sprint. The opening quarter in 22.50 seconds around the far turn with Joseph Romero. It's Sakura's Quest as on the outside, Twisted Tiara is making her bid for the lead as they come toward the quarter pole. Two clear from Gatling Girl, who straightens away in third. Dreaming Girl fanned wide. Lily Rose Express showed speed but has dropped back. Get Even Kid, Stella DeLuce is the wide filly. Blazing Eyes the final filly. Into the stretch half mile. 45.73 seconds. Sakura's Quest staring at one more furlong, but she's widened on Twisted Tiara by 5. Coming past the 16th to the inside is Dreaming Girl and a late bid by Get Even Kid. It's too late. Sakura's Quest is home with Joseph Romero. Sakura's Quest wins by 2.5. Get Even Kid closed into second from Dreaming Girl. Twisted Tiara finished fourth.
Race 5 coming up here in 10 minutes. A 3-year-old and up, 12, claiming for 12,500. This is for fillies and mares. 7.5 on the grass. We've got a field of 8 here right now. The current favorite is the 2 at 5-2. I meant to text Catman and get some info on this 5-year-old mare, but I mean, we've seen her race. She's been to the winner's circle a couple times in the money, and she's dropping down in class. Spicy Italian from, maybe instead of trainer, we should call him Chef Wayne Catalano. This 5-year-old mare gets Orlando Mojica in the irons and has been mainly at Hawthorne Turfway as of late on the poly, and she's trying Indiana turf for the very first time. She also, shockingly enough, has not run 7.5. It's been mainly mile and a 16th or a mile. Her most recent win was all the way back in a claiming for 20 on the turf at Hawthorne at the end of her 2024, towards the end of her 2024 meet. Her year in 2024 only yielded 1 win out of 6 tries. Hopefully going down from 15 to 12.5 will make the difference for this mare. Spicy Italian, 5-2 favorite in my top selection. I'm going to go to the rail here at 6-1 scoop. Oscar Villarreal is aboard here for Yoni Orantes. This is a 4-year-old filly who she's predominantly raced on poly, but I did go back to one of her route races on the turf at Belterra, and she was second by a length. Now, that was all the way back last September, but she's only ran once since then on turf, and it was a 3rd place finish. So the couple of times that she has ran on turf, she's ran 5 total times, but the most recent ones have yielded a 2nd and a 3rd place finish. So I like that. I like that she gets the rail, and I like that she has some speed, because that's definitely holding up here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Covenant Lady Andre Ua here aboard for Tony Granitz. I will just go ahead and say it, a turf trainer. He's very happy about it getting on turf last year. Had some bad luck with that. But on top of this horse being a true turf horse and having a lot of in-the-money finishes on turf, if you look, it's been predominantly here as well. 12 of her 18 Indiana turf tries has been in the money. 1 of her 5 wins has been at today's distance of 7.5 furlongs on the grass. So she looks, on paper, just really fitting here today. We're 7 minutes to race 5. Race 5 does start the Itoba. Late pick 4, $1 bet on races 5, 6, and 7. I've got Spicy Italian here on top. Good luck.
Horses called postward now for the 5th race. The first today, Carter for the turf course, rated good, rail at 24 feet on this Tuesday of Caesars Week. Here in the Fillies Mares turf, there are no scratches, all 8 run. 5 greatest moment to jockey change to Fernando de la Cruz. Fernando de la Cruz on number 5, greatest moment. The 4, Covenant Lady, the ownership, Michael J. Wern, BMB Stables of Nate Brannon and Tony Granitz, corrected ownership for 4, Covenant Lady, and 8, King's Legacy, correct the ownership to trainer Manuel Chavez. Manuel Chavez owns and trains the 3-time winner of the 8, King's Legacy. All 8 run, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the $1 late pick 4, presented by Itoba. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Now 2 minutes to the turf. Ladies and gentlemen, for information in the 9th race, closing the card today on the eve of Caesars Day with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. 9th race, scratch those also eligibles in the finale. 9th race, scratch 11 Fired Up Corona, 12 Apolitical Bill, 13 Sizzling Heart, and 14 Whiskey Beach. That's in the 9th. Quarter horse juvenile dash, scratch the also eligibles. 2 LB Favorite Delight to jockey change to Alberto Serran. Alberto Serran will ride 2 LB Favorite Delight in the finale. Less than 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time for the Phillies Mares turf. Starts the $1 late pick 4, presented by Itoba. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The first of 2 times today, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. On final approach. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in for the Fillies Mares Turf, Oscar Villarreal with Scoop. There's the daughter of Divisadero, Scoop. Fernando Little Cruz with Greatest Moment joins. Orlando Mexico with Spicy Italian. Jaime Torres, Midnight Tango, went in well. Chris Amy with Jungle Cat. Now Joe Rocco Jr. with For the Girls. Andres Aloa with Covenant Lady coming up. Now Covenant Lady. 7.5 furlongs. Course rated good, relative 24 feet. One more. Carlos Barbosa with King's Legacy. Turf course here, good on Caesar's Day Eve. They're in the gate. They're off. Scoop and Spicy Italian both sharply away. Here's an early bid by Midnight Tango in the Royal Blue, who gets position right there for the girls, and King's Legacy strides up on the outside in the early stages with Oscar Villarreal. It's Scoop who leads them as they enter the first turn. Scoop's in front, leads here for the girls and a wide King's Legacy. In the meantime, the gray Spicy Italian is saving ground with a relative 24 feet as they go to the back of the course. Midnight Tango is now fifth upon settling by 3.5. Covenant Lady is next, then farther back to Jungle Cat running second to last, and Greatest Moment trails. The opening quarter in 22.84 seconds. Scoop leads the Fillies Mares Turf. A half mile to go in pursuit of Scoop, who leads by a length and a half. To For the Girls and King's Legacy, they're a joint second. Spicy Italian saving ground in fourth. Midnight Tango's fifth and 8 lengths off this leader as they enter the far turn. After Midnight Tango, Covenant Lady with Jungle Cat, and the trailer still Greatest Moment. Half mile for the front runner Scoop. 45.70 seconds coming toward the quarter pole with a 7-length lead. It's Scoop. Scoop's out in front as they straighten away from Midnight Tango, who starts a bid. Spicy Italian between horses, and with the rail, King's Legacy. Covenant Lady fanned wide for the girls with Jungle Cat, and Greatest Moment looks to pick through traffic. It's Scoop. Has led them a long way. 3/4, 1 minute 10.80 seconds with Oscar Villarreal. Scoop still has a 16 to get and 3 lengths to hold on Spicy Italian. Here's Covenant Lady. Here's Midnight Tango, but it's Scoop, and Scoop wires them by 2. Covenant Lady pipped Spicy Italian out of second. Midnight Tango with Greatest Moment Jungle Cat up the course for the girls, and King's Legacy vibe, but was last to pull up. $129.86 after the Fillies Mares Turf. $129.86. One Scoop, the daughter of Divisadero. 9-1 first, wire to wire. Second Photo, second up to the judges. Midnight Tango fourth, Greatest Moment fifth, and Jungle Cat headed the rest. on the eve of Caesar's Day. Scoop Oscar Villarreal for Yuri Orantes, wire to wire at 9-1. 4 Covenant Lady at 2-1 was second. 2 Spicy Italian at 3-2 lost place late. 6 Midnight Tango 13-1 fourth. 1-4, 2-6 the unofficial. The result of race 5 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 1 Scoop with Oscar Villarreal. Scoop is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Divisadero. Out of Boom in the Woods by Yankee Gentleman, Brennan, Kentucky. Owned and trained by Yanni Orantes. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Scoop at 9-1. Wires them. $21 even to win after the Phillies Mares Turf. Full results on race 5. The 1-4 exacta returns $79.80, 50-cent trifecta, 1-4-2 and even $67. 4-1 double, $68 even. With Midnight Tango fourth, the 10-cent superfecta, there's that result. 1-4-2-6 paid $86.14. 50-cent pick 3 with the 4 with the 1, $84.75. Results in on the $1 early pick 4. Daily starts on our seconds of the day. Pays out on 404, $987.20. 50-cent early pick 5. Daily starts on the first. Pays out on 5 of 5, $2,021.70. Phillies Mares Turf, all 8 ran. 129.86, good rel at 24 feet, 129.86. 19 minutes away, race 6 is next on the docket. In the State Bred Sprint, take out 3 Green Whiz and 5 Solar Power. Scratch the 3 and number 5 from the race card. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta featured here on the Sprint. Double pick 3, 441, post time. In the gate. They're off. Scoop and Spicy Italian both sharply away. Here's an early bid by Midnight Tango in the Royal Blue, who gets position right there for the girls. And King's Legacy strides up on the outside in the early stages with Oscar Villarreal It's Scoop who leads them as they enter the first turn. Scoop's in front, leads here for the girls and a wide King's Legacy. In the meantime, the gray Spicy Italian is saving ground with a rel at 24 feet as they go to the back of the course. Midnight Tango is now fifth upon settling by 3.5. Covenant Lady is next, then farther back to Jungle Cat running second to last, and Greatest Moment trails. The opening quarter in 22.84 seconds. Scoop leads the Phillies Mares Turf. A half mile to go in pursuit of Scoop, who leads by length and a half. To For the Girls and King's Legacy, they're a joint second. Spicy Italian saving ground in fourth. Midnight Tango's fifth and 8 lengths off this leader as they enter the far turn. After Midnight Tango, Covenant Lady with Jungle Cat and the trailer still Greatest Moment. Half mile for the front runner Scoop. 45.70 seconds coming toward the quarter pole with a 7-length lead. It's Scoop. Scoop's out in front as they straighten away from Midnight Tango, who starts a bid. Spicy Italian between horses, and with the rel King's Legacy. Covenant Lady fanned wide. For the Girls with Jungle Cat and Greatest Moment looks to pick through traffic. It's Scoop. Has led them a long way. 3/4 1 minute 10.80 seconds with Oscar Villarreal. Scoop still has a 16th to get and 3 lengths to hold on Spicy Italian. Here's Covenant Lady. Here's Midnight Tango, but it's Scoop, and Scoop wires them by 2. Covenant Lady pipped Spicy Italian out of second. Midnight on the gate. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, closing the card today on the eve of Caesar's Day, race 9 with the quarter horse Maiden Juvenile Dasher with a 250. For number 2, LB Favorite Delight, we now have another jockey change just made. The jockey will be Giovanni Flores. First ride here at Horseshoe Indianapolis here in the States. Giovanni Flores will now ride number 2, Elbing Favorite Delight. That's in the quarter horse maiden juvenile closer.
$21 winner will spice up your late Fire 5 or your Itoba Pick 4. Hopefully wish you the best of luck. If not, dive into those rolling Pick 3s or daily doubles. Do scratch numbers 3 and 5 out of this event. Greewiz and Solar Power will wait for another opportunity to run their race. 6 furlongs is going to be the distance for race number 6 coming up. Coming at you just 10 minutes away with those 2 scratches. Still plenty of opportunities in here. I found it to be a race that maybe a little bit more wide open than my picks would indicate. I did land on Rigoberto. This is a horse I've loved for a long time. I was incredibly impressed with the debut, and since then hasn't gone to the winner's circle, and it likely hasn't played out how the connections had hoped. They were heavily backed all the way down to 2-5 in the Sagamore Sired handicap. They drew the inside that day, broke in last, and kind of came from off the pace in a very impressive manner. Since then, they've tried to go to the lead, and they've kind of run into trouble each and every start. There's been a couple of layoff lines along the way as well between May and August of last year and then August of April. The first time really since the debut that Rigoberto has been able to string along a couple of races in a row. So hopefully that's an indication that the 4-year-old is feeling good at this point. I also like that despite coming in on not short rest by any means, but on three and a half weeks worth of rest, he does have a workout in that time, albeit a slow one. I'm not concerned that it is slow or the time. I just like that they do have a posted workout since that last race. Santos Sanchez should be familiar with this 4-year-old good-looking gray, who I thought ran a huge race, a better than it looked race, was bet down to 3-2 that day, was expected to win, if not run very well, and they certainly did run well. They were beaten by just a head that day behind Michael Lauer's Booming, who won at about 33-1 and rallied from well off the pace. So did the classic won the battle but lost the war. He was frankly outbroke and had to rush to the lead to secure his position after breaking near the inside. And he was kind of swarmed at the top of the lane. It looked like he might be done. It looked like the entire field was going to have an opportunity to win that race, and ultimately Booming came from well out of it. But Rigoberto did run a monster effort, in my opinion. However, he's been the beaten favorite in his last 3 starts. So while he's the top selection, it is in lukewarm fashion. He's currently 4-5 on the board, the horse to beat, but maybe not the horse to bet. Some value could be from your clear second choice in Oil Man. Randy Klopp and Joe Ramos have been a jockey-trainer combination that you need to pay attention to. Is the Klopp's own trained and bred this 4-year-old by a turbo compressor. Second start off the layoff. Does need to make up about 2 lengths on Rigoberto. Bobbled at the start. Didn't get the best start, which is somewhat of a surprise. He usually has no issues at the starting gate, and he's shown very good speed in the past. So, like Rigoberto, he did have a slight bobble. He was kind of outbroke, but he was very quick away, and he stayed on willingly. I thought he fought admirably off the long layoff. And even though we're in start number 12, still has a stakes-winning mare who's produced plenty of winners. And so I think there's upside for Oil Man in here in the second choice, maybe getting a little bit more value. A lot of people are piling on to Rigoberto. Oil Man has every right to be a little bit tighter and a little bit fitter than he was off the lengthy layoff as well. Both horses should be improved. The only difference is Oil Man does not have a work since that last race like Rigoberto does, but you're going to get much better price. 5-2 versus 4-5 at this point. And then there's Reiteration. If those two disrespect the rest of this field, and on paper, the 2 and the 7 do look significantly better than the rest of the field, but the race is not run on paper. It's run on the racetrack. And so if there is any modicum of disrespect in which they go blazing fast up front, we're talking 22-1, maybe a 45-1, 45-2, it could potentially set it up for a horse off the pace, and why not Reiteration? Now, his running style has not been conducive to a ton of wins by any means. He is only 1 for 19. However, he's got 6 second and third place finishes, and he's going to be a huge price in a small field. 17-1 is the projection right now for Jesse Hopper's homebred, the 5-year-old by Prayer for Relief. He does have a tendency to rally from the back of the pack. He usually comes with a very good run. Like Rigoberto and Oil Man, he hits his second start off the layoff. There's a lot happening last race. He was training well going into the last event, and he also has a bullet workout, 3-furlong workout. That 3-furlong workout, reading into it, tells me they might be looking for a little bit more early speed, a little bit more gate speed, a little bit closer, because simply he hasn't won a lot of races making one run of it late. However, I do expect a hot pace, and I think Rigoberto and Oil Man are going to assure that pace is fair, and we'll see if Fernando de la Cruz can get another winner aboard Long Shot Reiteration. A small but talented field set to duel it out 5 minutes away from race number 6.
The horses called post right now for the 6th race. Featured State Bred Sprint over the 6 furlongs. They feel those 6. Take out 3 Green Whiz and 5 Solar Power. Scratch the 3 in number 5. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. 10-cent Pentafecta. Double pick 3. Post time will be in 3 minutes time. Less than 1 minute to post time for the sprint feature. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. First up, Jennings Beignet. Marcelino Pedroso Jr. won the opener. Gennaro Garcia with a couple of wins here on the Tuesday card. Jennings Beignet. Santos Sanjor with Rigoberto has joined Jennings Beignet. Simmer Bermudez with Silver Sterling. Now Yarmari Correa. Here's Costly Pass. Rigoberto 3-5 favorite. Waiting for Costly Pass, Oil Man, and Reiteration will be last. Now Joe Ramos, Oil Man coming up in the Navy. At 6 furlongs, stand by. One more, Fernando de la Cruz with Reiteration. It's the feature of the day at 6 furlongs. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Oil Man broke sharp. Reiteration on the far outside settles. Here's Silver Sterling with an early move, and right there is Rigoberto. It's Rigoberto for Santos Sanjor to take a short lead, and Silver Sterling is matching strides. So Silver Sterling for Simmer Bermudez just edges in front of Rigoberto, who yields the lead to Silver Sterling, making this dash past the half-mile pole. Oil Man on the far outside, Costly Pass between horses. That trio chasing Silver Sterling at the 3.5. Reiteration on the far outside, and Jennings Beignet trails. The quarter 22.21 seconds, just inside 3 to go. It's Silver Sterling who leads by 3, coming toward the quarter pole. Silver Sterling out in front of Oil Man pursuing. Reiteration on the far outside, Rigoberto. Costly Pass, vie between horses, but has dropped back, and Jennings Beignet trails. Here come the Hoosiers as Oil Man takes a crack at Silver Sterling. Half mile 44.83 seconds with Joe Ramos. It's Oil Man. And to the inside, Silver Sterling looks to kick with Oil Man, who has the advantage coming past the 16th. Rigoberto boxing on toward the inside, and Reiteration is staying on, but they're close to home. Here's Oil Man. And Oil Man strikes gold. Won by 4 from Reiteration. Silver Sterling was third, and Rigoberto finished fourth. .111.03 after the state bred sprint. 111.03. 7 Oil Man. 2-1 first. The judges taking a look at a place photo before posting the remaining order of finish after the sprint feature. It's gone to Oil Man. At 2-1, Joe Ramos for Randy Klopp. Liz Klopp's homebred by Turbo Compressor. Oil Man for a 4th career success. The judges have posted. Number 8, Reiteration. 14-1 second for Silver Sterling. 6-1 third, and a 3-5 2 Rigoberto ran fourth. 7-8 for 2. Result official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 7 Oil Man with Joe Ramos. Oil Man is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Turbo Compressor. At a nightly ritual by Crown Ambassador, the now 4-time winner was bred here in the state by owner Liz Klopp and trained by Randy Klopp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winner of the sprint feature, the Connections of Oil Man. Paid 2-1, 7-8 exacta, returned $37.80. 50-cent trifecta, 784, and even $76. There was no pentafecta, in fact. Refunds due on those grand high 5 wagers. 417 pick 3, result $100, 30 cents. 17 double 102.40. Rigoberto 4th, 10-cent superfecta, 7842 paid $26.90. 3 and 5 were non-runners, favored 4th, 6 ran. Sprint feature 111.03 after the running of race 6. 21 minutes away to race 7, one of 2 today, Cardiff for the turf course on the eve of Caesars Day. Big day on tap tomorrow. Hope you can join us midweek for the Caesars and the Horseshoe Indianapolis Handicap. Wednesday and Thursday cards from 2:10. Race 7, Maiden Distaff Turf Mile. Scratch the also eligibles. 13 Temple Painter and 14 Pink Picture. Scratch the also eligibles. 13 and number 14 both scratched from the next one. The 1 Luna Lena and 2 pounds to the program weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here there is the 10-cent grand high 5. Double and final pick 3 of the day. 5:12 post time. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Oil Man broke sharp. Reiteration on the far outside settles. Here's Silver Sterling with an early move, and right there is Rigoberto. It's Rigoberto for Santos Andor to take a short lead, and Silver Sterling is matching strides. So Silver Sterling for Samuel Bermudez just edges in front of Rigoberto, who yields the lead to Silver Sterling, making this dash past the half-mile pole. Oil Man on the far outside, costly pass between horses. That trio chasing Silver Sterling at the 3.5. Reiteration on the far outside, and Jenny's Beignet trails. The quarter 22.21 seconds, just inside 3 to go. It's Silver Sterling who leads by 3, coming toward the quarter pole. Silver Sterling out in front of Oil Man pursuing. Reiteration on the far outside, Rigoberto. Costly pass, vie between horses, but has dropped back, and Jenny's Beignet trails. Here come the Hoosiers as Oil Man takes a crack at Silver Sterling. Half mile 44.83 seconds with Joe Ramos. It's Oil Man. And to the inside, Silver Sterling looks to kick with Oil Man, who has the advantage coming past the 16th. Rigoberto boxing on toward the inside, and Reiteration is staying on, but they're close to home. Here's Oil Man. And Oil Man strikes gold, won by 4 from Reiteration. Silver Sterling was third, and Rigoberto finished fourth. They're in the gate.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Corbel, make it gold.
Oil Man takes advantage of a perfect trip, and we are taking advantage of a perfect opportunity to step onto that turf course again. 12 of them entered to go into the starting gate. And if you haven't started looking at tomorrow's racing form at Horseshoe Indianapolis, you might want to get started right now because it's Caesars Stakes Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A lot of money on the line, a lot of talent to be displayed, and there's a lot of opportunity for you, the bettor, to take home a bundle of cash. And speaking of bundle of cash, if you're still live in that pick 4 or that pick 5, certainly wish you the best of luck the rest of the way because it's an intriguing end to this pick 4 and pick 5. The horizontals have got themselves off to an excellent start with a couple of beaten favorites, also a $21 winner back in the 5th race. Now it doesn't get any easier here. 12 of them into the starting gate, and all of them looking to do something for the first time in their career, and that is win a race. Scratch the also eligibles 13 and 14 do not draw in to this 1 mile event on the turf course. And in a race like this, maiden special weights, many of them trying the turf for the first time, I'm not really looking to take a favorite in most instances. I'm trying to find value. I think there's certainly value out there in this race. So I'm going to take a little bit of a stab here with Daddy's Dreamin' for 514 Racing, the 3-year-old filly. Drew 55,000 at the sale, so certainly must look the part, and I can confirm down here in the paddock, certainly looks all of that purchase price, but they're going to have to do some work in here to get their return on investment. Tim Eggleston's off to an excellent start to his meet this year, winning at 23%. Joe Ramos not far behind at 16%. Now, they haven't teamed up all that often, but when they have, they've had success at 33%. I didn't think the debut was neither good nor bad. I did note that in an 11-horse field, Daddy's Dreaming, who certainly looks excellent down here in the walking ring, did take some love. I mean, the horse was bet all the way down below 2-1 on debut. Kind of got maybe not the best race for a debut. Broke a little bit slow, kind of rushed up into a tight space, took back mid-turn, and then ran on evenly in the lane. It was a learning experience if you're looking at it from a positive standpoint, but from a better standpoint at 2-1, I'm sure they weren't necessarily thrilled with how that race had played out. I'm sure hopeful with an outside host today versus being on the inside like they were last time, they will get a more favorable position, and with that, more favorable results. 4-1 on the board. The turf could be any sort. You've got an Indiana bred trying the turf for the first time, as many of them in here are. 4-1 feels fair on the 10, but how about number 6, Fifth Wheel? Michael Lauer teams up with Penny Lauer and the Elliott gang in here. Is the Lauer's own train and bred. They get Lasix for the first time. A lightly raced 3-year-old filly by Good Samaritan out of AAA. Well, who's AAA for you? The Broodmare, and she was a 3-time winner on the turf. And the half-sibling 3 Coats is also a winner on the turf. Now, Indiana breeding is not necessarily known for elite turf racing. So having a mare that won 3 times on the turf and a half-sibling that is a winner on the turf will take you a long ways. And I love that they didn't force the fifth wheel into the starting gate when she wasn't ready as a 2-year-old. They tried it once, wrapped up, said, we're going to wait, we're going to go long on the turf, and that was likely the plan all along, long on the turf. And she exits the live race. Wicked Vet has gone on to do some nice things, as has Hoosier Promise, who finished second in that debut. Has been training consistently over at the training track over at Churchill Downs. And Lauer, when he brings them in, they usually come in at a price. And this one's taking some love right now, 21, cut in half right now at 11-1. And if you're hoping that does rise, I think it's here to stay. The projection's right at 11-1. So Fifth Wheel taking a sneaky amount of action. You have been warned. But someone who's not taking action is Yo to Win. Arcilio Flacco. You may have seen him on Kentucky Derby Day. He drew in on a long shot in a stakes race over at Churchill Downs. This 3-year-old filly drew 3,000 at the Indiana sale back in 2023. And while there's not a ton to jump off the page or anything like that, the mare never tried the turf. This is the first foal, so there's really not anything to go on. However, I will say this horse was closing in very well, and I noted would definitely be overlooked in the future, and the running line doesn't necessarily show it. The third call was 8th by 8 lengths, and the final call was 6th by 8 lengths. But I thought this horse was running into it, and a horse who could do significantly better with additional distance, and that's the case today. Yo to Win could be a surprise in here and would be a great use underneath in your exacta or trifecta. I've got Daddy's Dreamin' on top. We're going to try and beat Kennedy Heights in here. We'll see if start number 11, the lucky one for your favorite, Edgar Morales, John Legmeyer, Spooky Hollow Racing, a group I'm always cheering for, but in this race we'll be betting against. We'll find out how it plays out 5 minutes from now.
horses called posted now for the 7th race. This Maiden Fillies Mares Turf Mile. Course good, rel at 24 feet. A field of 12. A dozen run. Scratch the also eligibles. 13 Temple Painter and 14 Pink Picture. Scratch the 13 and number 14, a couple of AEs. 1 Luna Lena, 2 pounds over the assigned program weight. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta. There's the Grand High Five featured here on the Fillies Mares Turf Mile. Double, final pick 3 of the day with the Maiden. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes to the off. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the Maiden Fillies Mares Turf. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The Maiden Fillies mares crossing over to the turf course near the mile start. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Joseph Romero, Luna Laney, the first maiden filly. Luna Lena facing up to the gate. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Tab Bonnet joins Luna Lena. Fernando de la Cruz with Happy Match. Drew 2. Hannah Leahy with Backwards K. Here's the gray mare. Backwards K installed. Andres Calleja with B Swifty. Here's the drone view. Maiden Fillies mares loading at the mile. Andres Aloha with Hazel Mike Candy. Edgar Mellows with Kennedy Heights. 5-2 favorite is Kennedy Heights.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Daddy's Dreamin', Joe Ramos riding for a double. Oil Man took out the sprint feature. Here the starters crew still working with 44-1 B Swifty. Joseph Romero in the foreground. And the green silks, Fernando de la Cruz, the all-time winningest jockey here. That's the purple cap, both looking back, waiting for B Swifty to load. Those maidens in the gate are standing well. So B not so swiftly going into the gate. Reluctant to load, B Swifty. Stand by for a steward's call. Late scratch on 3, B Swifty. Ordered scratched by the stewards. Refused to load. 3, B Swifty out to the maiden. They're backing them out of the starting gate. A delay here prior to the Maiden Fillies Mares Turf Mile. Late scratch on 3B Swifty was 39-1, out, refused to load. Refunds on 3B Swifty, all wagers here on race 7. Refunds on 3B Swifty. There will be a 7-3 consolation double. 7-3 consolation double. Those using 3B Swifty in a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. 7-3 will be that consolation double. By order of the stewards, scratch 3B Swifty, wouldn't load. Now it's reloading time. Luna Lena back in, joined by Happy Match. Tap Bonnet back into the starting gate with backwards K. Now here's Kennedy Heights. Hazel My Candy going back into line. First time up for Yo to win. Yo to win has gone all in. Daddy's Dreamin'. Will be a double on the day for Joe Ramos with Daddy's Dreamin'. She was fifth here on sprint debut, Daddy's Dreamin'. Daddy's Dreamin' has moved into position. First ride here this season for Jane Elliott, partner's fifth wheel. Evan Roman with Lady Artist. So we're past due. Over the mile, one more. Alberto Burgos with Sound the Siren. 3B Swifty, that late scratch. The 3B Swifty is a non-runner. Wouldn't load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Yo to win. Tap Bonnet toward the inside of the gray Luna Lena. Kennedy Heights is close up. comes an early bid by Sound the Siren, and right there is Daddy's Dreamin', and Lady Artist is also well up as they make their way toward the first turn. So Alberto Burgos, Sound the Siren crossed over in front of the field to lead out to the stretch from Lady Artist toward the inside is Daddy's Dreamin', and Kennedy Heights secures the rail as they go to the back of the course. On the outside is Tap Bonnet, now up into fourth. Hazel My Candy is fifth. Daddy's Dreamin' in sixth upon settling with 5 furlongs to run. There comes Backwards K, Yo to Win with the rail. On the outside is fifth wheel with Luna Lena in between horses. Happy Match has drifted back to 11th. The quarter 23.23 seconds, now near the half-mile pole. Sound the Siren dictates terms, leads Lady Artist, and Kennedy Heights is right there, close up running in third. On the outside, Hazel My Candy, fourth here in the turf mile. Tap Bonnet is next in fifth. Daddy's Dreamin' sixth on the outside in the clear and 5 lengths off this leader. Sound the Siren as they turn again. Then a gap away to Luna Lena with Yo to Win. Fifth wheel, Backwards K. Happy Match remains last. The front runner, Sound the Siren. A 34-1 target. Clocked a half mile in 47.82 seconds at the quarter pole. It's Sound the Siren. Sound the Siren leads these maiden fillies and mares for home as Kennedy Heights is now angled out. Tap the Bonnet toward the inside is Tap Bonnet running in third. 3/4, 1 minute 12.54 seconds. Sound the Siren, 1 furlong away. Kennedy Heights, Tap Bonnet with the rail. Lady Artist is running in fourth. Luna Lena with Yo to Win and fifth wheel between horses. They're close to home. Can Kennedy Heights close down Sound the Siren? No. Sound the Siren repels them at long odds. Kennedy Heights was the runner-up. Tap Bonnet third, Yo to Win with Happy Match, who passed rivals. Fifth wheel, Luna Lena, Lady Artist, Backwards K. And then we trail back in the field among those last two to pull up were Daddy's Dreamin' and Hazel My Candy. It's gone to Sound the Siren, 34-1 with Alberto Burgos, wire to wire. (138.14) after the Phillies Mares Turf Mile. 12-4-7-5, fifth's a photo. There's an inquiry. There was a late scratch on 3B Swifty. It's gone to a 34-1. Sound the Siren, Alberto Burgos for Mike Lauer. When all was said and done, 34-1 unofficial, hold all. The steward's inquiry concerns the stretch run. Please hold all bets until official. We're standing by for the fifth horse for the Pentafecta after the Maiden. 12-4-7-5, inquiry stretch run, photo for fifth. The judges have posted number 2, Happy Match, coming from some ways back to get into the Pentafecta. Fifth place to the 2, Happy Match, inquiry stretch run, 12-4-7-5, 2 runs, fifth for the Pentafecta, inquiry stretch run, retain all wagers. Once again, there is an inquiry into the stretch run. It's unofficial. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 12 upset-minded Sound the Siren goes off with Alberto Burgos at 34-1. Sound the Siren. 3-year-old Dark Mayor Brown filly by Get Stormy out of the Patientville mare Ring, Ring, Ring. Rings it up at 34-1 for breeders, owners, Mike and Penny Lauer. It's Sound the Siren at second asking. Well, after their review, the stewards were looking at the stretch run with no infractions to warrant any disqualification. That inquiry seemingly was withdrawn with no changes made to the order. 12-4 exacta paid $380.20. Pentafecta will carry over. Let's see, that's on to race 8. Maiden Sprint for a Pentafecta carryover of $4,538 on to race 8. That Grand High 5 wager goes. 50-cent trifecta, 12-4-7, $370 even. 7-12 double, $182.60. 7-3 consolation double, $5.20. Yo to win fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 12-4-7-5, $719.70. 1-7-12 was the pick 3. $1,112.55 on that 50-cent pick 3. 1 with the 7 with the 12. Happy Match was 5th, but there were no winning tickets in the Pentafecta. That'll carry over onto the 8th race Maiden. 138.14, 11 ran. 17 minutes away now from race 8 with a revised post time. Maiden Sprint, scratch 7, Prayers Beauty. Scratch the 7, 1, Kagsy is 2 pounds over. The 7 is a non-runner. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double. Once again, that 10-cent pentafecta carryover, $4,538. 9th race, closing the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile over the 250. 9th race, scratch the also eligibles. 11 Fired Up Corona. 12 A Political Bill. 13 Sizzling Heart and 14 Whiskey Beach, scratch the also eligibles. 2 LB Favorite Delight, the jockey Giovanni Flores. Riding here today. First ride for Giovanni Flores at the shoe on 2 LB Favorite Delight. Post time for the Maiden Sprint at 5:49. They're in the game. And they're off. Yo to win. Tap Bonnet toward the inside of the gray Luna Lena. Kennedy Heights is close up. Here comes an early bid by Sound the Siren, and right there is Daddy's Dreamin', and Lady Artist is also well up as they make their way toward the first turn. So Alberto Burgos, Sound the Siren crossed over in front of the field to lead out to the stretch from Lady Artist toward the inside is Daddy's Dreamin', and Kennedy Heights secures the rail as they go to the back of the course. On the outside is Tap Bonnet, now up into 4th. Hazelmite Candy is 5th. Daddy's Dreamin' in 6th upon settling with 5 furlongs to run. Then comes Backwards K, Yo to win with the rail. On the outside is 5th Wheel with Luna Lena in between horses. Happy Match has drifted back to 11th. The quarter 23.23 seconds, now near the half-mile pole. Sound the Siren dictates terms, leads Lady Artist, and Kennedy Heights is right there, close up running in 3rd. On the outside, Hazelmite Candy 4th here in the turf mile. Tap Bonnet is next in 5th. Daddy's Dreamin' 6th on the outside in the clear and 5 lengths off this leader. Sound the Siren as they turn again. Then a gap away to Luna Lena with Yo to win. 5th Wheel, Backwards K. Happy Match remains last. The front runner, Sound the Siren. A 34-1 target. Clocked a half mile in 47.82 seconds at the quarter pole. It's Sound the Siren. Sound the siren leans these maiden fillies mares for home as Kennedy Heights is now angled out. Tap the Bonnet toward the inside is Tap Bonnet running in third. 3/4, 1 minute 12.54 seconds. Sound the siren 1 furlong away. Kennedy Heights, Tap Bonnet with the rail. Lady Artist is running in fourth. Luna Lena with Yo to win and fifth wheel between horses. They're close to home. Can Kennedy Heights close down Sound the Siren? No. Sound the Siren repels them at long odds. Kennedy Heights was the runner-up. Tap Bonnet third, Yo to win with
bombs away. Michael Lauer has a thing for bringing in long shots. Both winners on the meet over 30-1. Sound the siren. Some massive payoffs in the pick 4 and pick 5 on Caesar's Eve. 6 furlongs going to be the distance for our thoroughbred finale. Martha will take you through the final race of the day, which is a quarter horse event, a 250-yard dash. But we're down here in the paddock. Scratch number 7, Prayer's Beauty. Now, do note I did have the Tim Eggleston Prayer's Beauty on top. So I scratch into my second choice in here, and no worse for the wear, Foxy Justice, the 3-year-old filly by Lantana Mob out of Allegro. Sammy Bermuda is going to be calling the shots in here, a horse who has paid her way thus far with 2 seconds and a third-place finish. However, she remains winless in her career had it not been for a bad photo finish last time out where she didn't get the head down at the line and she lost a high-speed Justice in a tough, tight photo that day at 15-1. Now, better's misery. You had the right horse, great odds, didn't get the win. Come back next time at 6-5. Not nearly as exciting as it was last time at 15-1. But the breeding's there for this 3-year-old filly. She's a half to a 17-time winner in Keyed Up, who banked over 176,000 and Rockin' Justice as well. So, I mean, Foxy Justice, she ran huge when she's drawn to the outside. The inside, a little bit of a concern for me. Her last 2 starts, she broke from post 11 and post 9, both on the outside. Now she draws the inside. But potentially, I mean, she's shown the ability to come from off the pace, so it may not be that big of an issue if they take back and try and make one run of it. If they do go to the lead, probably unlikely quick enough to clear off in this group, but we'll see how Foxy Justice plays her cards at 3-2. But right next door is a horse who's taking a ton of love. It's Gagzi for Romero and Michelle Elliott, a 3-year-old filly by Forever de Oro. Debuted and took a ton of action on debut. In fact, in a 10-horse field, went off at 4-1, showed speed, didn't show much finish, and the showing speed was impressive considering it was a very awkward start. Kind of legs went each direction, kind of tangled up, and then recovered to go quickly and had every excuse to back out of it. Now, they do draw the inside. They get 7-pound weight break, which they did not get last time. This 3-year-old filly will have 8 less pounds on her back than she did on her debut. If you feel that 8 pounds makes a difference on a 1,200-pound animal, you are much more of a scientist than I, and likely a better handicapper as well. But that should be noted as well. Every start should be an improving one for Gagzi in here. Took action, second start off the debut, and has every right to continue to improve. And if she shows that early speed, she could take them a long ways on the front end. But as we channel over to the third selection, She's So Elite for Luis Contreras, Randy Klopp. They already had a winner, very similar to this one earlier in the card. A second-time starter, didn't run all that great on debut, came back, hit the lead, and never looked back. My guess is they're trying to show more speed, keep a little bit more focus. She's So Elite didn't get much out of her debut. Another horse who took some love, went off at 5-1 in an 11-horse field. They put the blinkers on. Luis Contreras going to be riding for the Klopps, who own and train this 3-year-old filly. She doesn't have work since her last race, but the winner earlier in the card did not either, so I don't put much into it. But right now, the bettors are saying this is a 2-horse event between the 1 and the 2. I think it's much more wide open than that. We'll see how it plays out as some light rain joins us here in Shelbyville. We're 4 minutes away from the 8th and final. Don't forget, Caesar's Day tomorrow, so get your toga on and get ready for Caesar's Day at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Good luck.
The horses call post right now for the 8th race. Stepping onto the track for this maiden distaff sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 8. Number 7, Prayers Beauty, has been scratched. Scratched the 7. 1 Kagsy, 2 pounds over the listed program weight. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Start here the late double. 10-cent Grand High 5 carryover. Carryover here in the Pentafecta of $4,538. For the Pentafecta carryover, fast track, 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Joseph Romero with Kagsy. Jogger coming up. Alberto Burgos riding for a double. Teaming with Mike Lauer after Sound the Sirens. Maiden turf upset. Simmer Munez with Foxy Justice. Evan Roman with Unbridled Sabbath making her bow. Luis Contreras with She's So Elite. Orlando Mexico with Estrella Brillante. Now Julie Forever, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on the Tuesday scoreboard. One more Fernando de la Cruz with Midnight Caper. Sky's getting a bit darker here in town. They're in the gate. And they're off. She's So Elite broke last. Fast start for Julie Forever with Midnight Caper. Here comes Foxy Justice. It's a mad dash. Also right there toward the inside is Kagsy, and that great newcomer, Unbridled Sabbath, emerges a nose in front. Unbridled Sabbath with Kagsy right there. Foxy Justice also forcing the issue with Julie Forever in the 4-path. Estrella Billante 5 wide. Midnight Caper is 6 deep. After breaking last, She's So Elite comes up the rail now with the bid. They're well grouped as the Showers pick up at the shoe. The one beaten for speed, Jogger trails. The opening quarter battled through in 22.25 seconds as they roll to inside 3 furlongs from home. Here's Foxy Justice. So Foxy Justice for Samuel Bermudez has taken the top from Kagsy. Unbridled Sabbath right there, and in between horses, She's So Elite as they come toward the top of the stretch. Midnight Caper, Estrella Brillante, Jogger, and Julie Forever. Heads are turned for home, half mile, in just over 46 seconds. Foxy Justice, a 3-length leader. Past the 8th pole, it's Foxy Justice, Unbridled Sabbath. To the inside, She's So Elite. Estrella Brillante looks to gain with the rail. Then Midnight Caper and Julie Forever heads the rest. They're near home. She's raced away. Samuel Bermudez and Foxy Justice scores nicely by 6. Unbridled Sabbath second in a good effort. Midnight Caper was third. Then Julie Forever and Estrella Brillante. One 12.28 after the maiden dash. 2.6948 for the Pentafecta. 2 Foxy Justice. 6-5 first out to the maiden ranks. 6 Unbridled Sabbath. 7-1 second. Good effort by that newcomer. Third to the 9 Midnight Caper at 8-1 for Julie Forever. 9-2 fourth, and 8 Estrella Brillante fifth for the Pentafecta that had that carryover going in. 2-6-9-4-8. Samuel Bermudez, Aaron West, Melissa Lockwood, Lantana Mob Filly, Foxy Justice at 6-5 obliges. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 2 Foxy Justice with Sammy Bermudez. Foxy Justice is a 3-year-old Bay Filly by Lantown Mob. Out of the Exchange Rate Mare Allegra. Aaron and West trains for Melissa E. Lockwood. Getting off the mark in her 6th run, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Foxy Justice at 6-5 out to the Maiden fillies ranks. Nice payout today in the 50-cent late pick 5. 2-6 exacta, $41 even. 50-cent trifecta, 269, $78.65. 12-2 double and even, $200. With Julie Forever 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 2694, paid $36.37. Pick 3, $190.15. The $1 late pick 4 presented by iToba. 4-4, $9,300, $77.30. That 50-cent late pick 5, $17,073.25. 10-cent pentafecta, 2694.8, $97.77. Estrella Briante finished 5th. In the maiden, the 7 was a non-runner. Favorite first, 8 faced the starter. Fast track, 112.28. One more to go. Showers picking up here at the shoe. Closing the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 fired up Corona. 12 Apolitical Bill. 13 Sizzling Heart. And 14 Whiskey Beach. Scratch the also eligibles. 2 LB Favorite Delight, the jockey Giovanni Flores. On 2 LB Favorite Delight. Overweights, the 1 Sweet Wagon plus 5. 6 Cowgirl Beach plus 5. 8 Rockin' the Beach plus 7. And 10 EOS Maggie May at 7 pounds to the program weight assigned, and scratch the alsos. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here's the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Post time, well, it's due in 14 minutes at 6:14. Here comes a maiden distaff sprint race replay. And they're off. She Solely broke last. Fast start for Julie Forever with Midnight Caper. Here comes Foxy Justice. It's a mad dash. Also right there toward the inside is Kagsy, and that great newcomer, Unbridled Sabbath, emerges a nose in front. Unbridled Sabbath with Kagsy right there. Foxy Justice also forcing the issue with Julie Forever in the 4-path. Estrella Briante 5 wide. Midnight Caper is 6 deep. After breaking last, She's Elite comes up the rail now with the bid. They're well grouped as the Showers pick up at the shoe. The one beaten for speed, Jogger trails. The opening quarter battled through in 22.25 seconds as they roll to inside 3 furlongs from home. Here's Foxy Justice. So Foxy Justice for Samuel Bermudez has taken the top from Kagsy. Unbridled Sabbath right there, and in between horses, She's So Elite as they come toward the top of the stretch. Midnight Caper, Estrella Briante, Jogger, and Julie Forever. Heads are turned for home, half mile in just over 46 seconds. Foxy Justice, a 3-length leader. Past the 8th pole, it's Foxy Justice, Unbridled Sabbath. To the inside, She's So Elite. Estrella Briante looks to gain with the rail. Then Midnight Caper and Julie Forever heads the rest. They're near home. She's raced away. Samuel Bermudez and Foxy Justice scores nicely by 6. Unbridled Sabbath second in a good effort. Midnight Caper was third. Then Julie Forever and Estrella Briante.
Results are in for Jock's agent. Congratulations to today's winner, Steve Decatur. There were 7 players today with 19 points. Steve was the winner of the drawing for the $100. Thank you for playing in today's Jock's agent contest.
All right, well, before we close out our Tuesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis, I'd like to send out a shout out to our 10 qualifiers for the Maiden Classic Stakes. That was from trials yesterday, and boy, we saw some really, really game horses. Of course, Celtic Cartel, a Tim Eggleston trainee, set the fastest qualifying time. He will be back along with the other 9 qualifiers on Saturday, May 31st. That's our first all-quarter horse day. That's when we get cooking at 10:45 in the morning. It's going to be a great card, so mark your calendars today for that. All right, well, now we got some 2-year-olds in action. Full field, even with the scratch of each of the also eligibles. They'll be traveling 250 yards, and here's the deal. All we can go by: connections, pedigree, training race or schooling race results, and morning works. That's it. Because the rest of it is young horses trying it seriously for the first time. Rome wasn't built in a day, so some of them are going to get it done and others are going to struggle. And the one thing you have to watch for is what happened. Let's say, a horse finishes 9th in this race. If they were impeded on the way or bobbled out of the gate, that's a viable excuse, and you're going to see a better performance next time. That's all I can say about the 2-year-olds, and I've seen a bunch of them, and so it's always fun to watch, and you root for everybody because there's a lot of time and energy getting these horses ready. All right, well, let's go to the paddock. We got some really good horses. I'm going to begin with number 6, Cowgirl Beach. She boasts a really, really cool pedigree and excellent connections behind her. Respected Indiana breeder Sherry Miller is the brains behind this filly. Cowboy 123, that speedster that I talk about quite a bit, is the sire, and an Escondido Beach mare that I believe Sherry bred, that's Cocoa Beach, is the dam. Now, this horse sold for $43,000 at the Heritage Place yearling sale, and that was last year, and she won her 250-yard training race. Pretty good time, 13.6 seconds. So you'll see a lot of these horses that have posted 14-second times. So that's really what set her apart to me. Of course, her connections, trainer Jessie Vasquez does very well with her 2-year-olds, and her husband, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez, will be in the saddle. All right, that's my top choice. Now we're going to go next to number 5, and that's 7 Beaches. Tony Cunningham is going to saddle this filly for owner Pam Hahn. That's one of his top owners. She's very supportive of, she's a good horseman and breeder, and she's very supportive of Tony. Sired by the great Escondido Beach, this filly posted encouraging work in March prior to winning her training race last month. El Danny Martinez, that's Tony's go-to rider, off to a great start this season. All right, we'll go next to number 7. I'm a Dashin' Cartel. Debuts for owner-trainer Claudio Barazza, and last year's leading jockey, and that's rider Edgar Diaz. This is a gelding by Tel Cartel, bred by Mark and Teresa Myers, has also shown potential in the mornings. One thing you have to notice about Claudio is that he's got probably the highest percentage with his 2-year-old starters. I think $3.06 is his return on investment with firsters. That's pretty remarkable, to tell you the truth, because they are not easy. Every one of them is a challenge. Okay, so then I'm going to round up my super with number 9, and that's Miss KTB 23. Keith Bodie's homebred was a training race winner here, also on April 11th, for conditioner German Rodriguez. He's the former, well, not really former, but respected jockey that has now got his training license and doing very, very well. Sired by Freight Train B out of a Mr. Jess Perry mare. I look for her to come flying from the outside. And of course, crazy. I think it's crazy, but I think it's wonderful. German not only trains, but rides his horses. So you're going to see German. No, just 2 Germans. All right, and so 6,579 for me. But remember, our 10-cent pentafecta pays a lot of money. And you got to throw a long shot in there. And when they get into the mix, you're really seeing some significant dollars. So my long shot for this ticket, if you're going to play the 10-cent wager, EOS number 10, EOS Maggie May, 20-1 in the morning line, owned and trained by James Bratton, and will be ridden by Aaron Hunt from the very far outside post. Obviously, you never know, but I like the breeding, and I think Aaron's pretty aggressive rider, so we'll see what happens. So that's it for today. You know we got a great day coming up tomorrow with the Thoroughbreds, and then Thursday we're back with 3 trials for the Harley Green Derby. That's 3-year-olds. What a great week at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Glad you're with us.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 9th race, closing the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. Scratch the also eligibles. Scratching 11 through number 14. 2 LB Favorite Delight. Giovanni Flores rides 2 LB Favorite Delight. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. They'll be making their way toward the gate. at the gate. Loading one sweet wagon. Cowgirl Beach, first into the starting gate. Steady rain falling here for this quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. Ahmed Dash and Cartel joins. Giovanni Flores with LB Favorite Delight. LB Brazilian Trick coming up. Rocking the Beach. DNA Zoomers Cyber. Miss KTB 23 going in. Just a couple of them back. 7 Beaches. Danny Martinez with 7 Beaches. Cowgirl Beach 8-5, the final favorite. 7 Beaches. And it's getting really wet here. Pouring down for the finale. One more. Aaron Hunt with Eos Maggie May over the 250 yards. Caesar's Day post time 2:10. Last of the day all in. Off in the Tuesday finale. Cowgirl Beach was sharply away in the middle. It's Cowgirl Beach past the 220. Here comes a charge from Rockin' a Beach. It's Cowgirl Beach with toward the inside. Here comes 7 Beaches. 7 Beaches. 7 Beaches over Cowgirl Beach and Rockin' the Beach in the finale. Through the driving rain. We've had a horse go down on the turn on the gallop out. That's 3 LB Brazilian Trick. A note to our staff, we have a horse and a rider down on the track. That is 3 LB Brazilian Trick. Luis Luna Diaz is down on the track onto the rail on the gallop out after the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash. That horse is the 3 LB Brazilian Trick on the gallop out. Photo finish, inquiry. Please, only Horseshoe Indianapolis staff allowed on the track at this time. Only Horseshoe Indianapolis staff allowed on the track. Tending to jockey Eduardo Diaz on the gallop out after the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash. Stand by for the unofficial order inquiry. Five, 6, 8, 4, 9 after the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash. Again, there was an inquiry into that incident past the finish. Staff here tending to both horse and rider, LB Brazilian Trick, and his connections, including jockey Eduardo Luna Diaz. 5, 7 Beaches first, 6 Cowgirl Beach second, 8 Rockin' the Beach third. For DNA Zoomers Cyber fourth, and 9 Miss KTB 23 was fifth. pouring down here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They sealed the track, taking a lot of water here just past the 6 o'clock hour on Caesar's Day Eve. It's pouring at the shoe. Result official. Again, there was an inquiry into that spill after the finish of 3 LB Brazilian Trick. Official after race 9. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 5, 7 Beaches with Danny Martinez. 2-year-old Gray Roan filly by Escondido Beach out of I Am Sixes by Sixes Liaison. Bred here in the Hoosier State. Tony Cunningham trains for Pamela Brinkley Hahn. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. 7 Beaches debuts on top. Takes out the Maiden Juvenile Dash in 13.469 seconds. 13.469. 5-6 exacta, 38.40, 50-cent trifecta, $60.75. 2-5 late double, 26.40. 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. 9 Miss KTB 23 was 5th. $127.48. Pick 3, $249.15. And the 10-cent superfecta, 5-6-8-4, $52.98. Debut win, 7 Beaches. Clocks the 250 in 13.469 seconds. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in. Big card on tap tomorrow with Caesar's Day, featuring the Horseshoe Indianapolis and the Caesars. Plenty of premier racing action tomorrow on one of the big days of the meet. Hope you can join us tomorrow for Caesar's Day post time 2:10. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Please arrive home safely. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying goodnight. The day all in. Off in the Tuesday finale. Cowgirl Beach was sharply away in the middle. It's Cowgirl Beach past the 220. Here comes a charge from Rockin' a Beach. It's Cowgirl Beach with toward the inside. Here comes 7 Beaches. 7 Beaches. 7 Beaches over Cowgirl Beach. The day all in. Off in the Tuesday.